Щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, he flew the swallow from afar, started to sing lightly loud, asking the master to come out. Come here, oh kind master, it's time in the sheepfold, wonders to find. Your lovely sheep have given birth to little lambs of great worth. All of your wares are very fine, coin you will have in a big pile. All of your wares are very fine, coin you will have in a big pile. You have a wife fair as a dove, if not the coin then the chaff. You have a wife fair as a dove. Щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла ластівочка, стала собі щебетати, господаря викликати. Ще й веди, господарю, подивися на кошару, там овечки покотилися, ягнички народились. Тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мірку грошей. Тебе товар весь хороший, будеш мати мірку грошей. Тебе жінка чорноброва, хоч не гроші, то полова. В тебе жінка чорноброва, щедрик, щедрик, щедрівочка, прилетіла.
hello. Hello, hello. You guys will have to tell me if this is working correctly because this is a laptop and this is my first time streaming on this laptop. The webcam is garbage. I can hear and see. We have audio. Okay, good. I don't know if the audio is going to be or if the mic is great. OBS has a weird layout. Look like a proper streamer now. You talked to Destiny Spider? What the hell did you talk to him about? Drama slop? You mean like his drama slop in particular or drama slop in general? Oh, okay. Oh, it was also about J-Star. Oh, okay, interesting. Um, maybe you know what? I'll check that out later. Where did you talk to him? Like, was this streamed somewhere? Where can you link me that, Spider? I don't know that I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I don't know that I'm gonna react to it here. I probably won't because that's not really the content that I want to make. But I would be curious to watch that later. Okay. Anyway, I'm just waiting for our conservative friend to poke me. Otherwise, tonight I'm going to be talking about the. Oh, I should ping Discord about being live. That would be a good idea. Um, don't know if I'll get the same amount of viewership as I normally get because all the Israelis are asleep right now, or at least most of them are. Uh, let's see. Sleep is for weak Israelis. Oh, that's right. Okay, well, Funky is here. I mean, I'm sure, obviously, there's got to be some Israelis who are still awake. You know, the Mossad never sleeps. Oh, speaking of which, somebody, presumably a Jewish person on, wait, no, Noble Cactus, you're getting it wrong. It's so, what's your thoughts on, and then insert thing here. So somebody on Twitter jokingly replied to one of John Aziz's posts, saying something about how like also we control the weather, and this person was like obviously Jewish because of other stuff that they said. Um, and I replied to them asking if you guys could maybe ease up on the cold winter and maybe change your weather machines to do something about that climate change shit. Is that maybe a thing that maybe I should ask the Israelis on my Discord about that. Meanwhile, Russia invaded. Wait, what? Are you trolling me right now? Isn't Estonia in NATO? Oh. Also, apparently Doobie is on Wick's stream tonight. I don't know what I would really arguing about or argue with him about. It would just be regular Israel Palestine stuff. And I feel like he doesn't like I would have to do a bunch of research because I just know that he is going to like jump into the whole like he'll basically just say, "Yeah, well, it's genocide because insert thing here." When did the Jews invent quantum entanglement? All right, here we go. It is time. It's time, folks. Hello? Hello?
Hey,
Hold
what's up?
on.
I still I got your stream running. Let me mute it.
No.
All right. Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes. Chat, can you hear him?
Well, that's strange. You're coming through my speakers, but not my headset.
Oh, you probably need to change the yes, yes, it is the Paco guy who I spoke to before. Yes, chat, you are correct.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you just fine.
All right. Well, for some reason you're coming through my speakers and not my headphones, but that's okay. We can still
Do
do
you
it like this.
do you want me to help you?
Oh no, it's fine.
Are you using
It's
Windows
fine. I can
11?
figure it out later.
No, I can help you. Are you using Windows 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Click on your speakers slash battery slash Wi-Fi icon.
Yeah.
Okay, and then at the very
Yeah,
bottom
I
of
got my
the box that pops up, you should see the volume, and if you press the little thing next to it, the to the right of it, then you should see a list of devices, and from there you should be able to choose whatever your headphones are. You may have to change it in Discord actually.
Yeah, I think that's what I probably have to do.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, go to the user settings in Discord then. Um, and it's under voice and video, and then just change it because I had to do it too because I'm using Bluetooth or I'm using Bluetooth earbuds, and I want to be using my microphone and not the earbuds.
How about now?
I can hear you still. You're fine. Am I coming through?
Yeah,
No.
okay. Yeah, I got you. I
Okay,
got
good.
you.
Excellent.
I just blew out my ears with my headset though.
Oh yeah, probably want to turn that down.
Yeah, I have to adjust my volume real quick. Okay.
All right
But
then.
yeah,
Okay,
sorry
yeah.
for the technical glitch.
No, it's all good. Anyway, what
And as far as the chat goes, I vaguely know who Noah Samsen is. I don't watch his. I've watched a couple of his things
he's a crazy ultra
and
cringe like super pro leftist person. He's not important right
yeah,
now.
I would want to say like the last thing I saw of him was I want to say around the October 7th attack, and he had some crazy take on it.
Yeah,
And
he's pro Hamas.
well, it's one thing to be pro Hamas. I would say he's pro genocide.
I mean, yeah, I suppose you could say
or
that in the sense that he
at
is.
least. But I mean, that's kind of the problem once you start talking about Israel and Palestine.
I talk
I
about
think the
Israel
more
and
you look in,
Palestine a lot, but yes. Hmm?
but I mean, the more you look into it, the more it's like, how cool are you with genocide? Because I
I'm
think both sides are pretty much content on, if they had their chance, both sides would commit a genocide.
I
That's
think
my
that would,
personal opinion
yeah,
on
but
it.
the extremists on both sides would, yeah. And unfortunately, the extremists on both sides or like have a lot of power right now. Um,
Yeah,
Although I think in the case of like at least Israel, I think in their case it would be more like they would do ethnic cleansing, which is not the same thing as genocide. But it depends on how far
well,
you go.
I think if everybody just left Gaza, everybody in Gaza just left Gaza, I think the Israelis would be fine with that for the most part.
Yeah,
I
they
mean, I've run
would,
into,
but that's what I mean. But that's what they want to happen. Personally, I don't think
yeah,
that
I
would
mean,
be a good thing. But um,
I've run into a few Israelis that are on the Kill 'Em All bus,
yeah,
but
there's some
I
people
mean,
who want that.
I would say that there, as a far as the percentage of Israelis that I've had dealings with, I mean, I've flown some people in and out of Israel since October 7th. And yeah, the percentage of Israelis who are like that are far smaller than the percentage of Gazans who,
I don't know if God,
if
like,
they
mostly they just want people, they just want basically both sides, both the attitude of the extremists or a lot on both sides is this is our land, get the fuck out. Meaning that they want
yeah.
people to leave. It's not so much that they want to kill them. Um, but yeah, it just, but I mean, in the case of like Hamas, that basically is what that would look like in practice. Anyway, you wanted to talk about something else. You said you wanted to talk about democracy.
Yeah, I guess it's like democracy and its consequences or the philosophy.
Okay, just so you know, I'm not like a huge philosophy person, but I don't like. So if you just,
That's
but what do you mean about
well, like,
democracy?
I'm not a fan of democracy for democracy's sake.
Okay,
Do you kind of understand what I mean?
you mean direct
Like, just,
democracy?
well, yeah, I mean, direct democracy is awful, right? Because like Socrates was executed for because of direct democracy, right?
I mean, direct democracy is bad because of the tyranny of the majority, and also because people are
Well, I mean,
stupid
yeah,
and
it's
they'll vote for things that they don't necessarily have or that they don't necessarily understand. Um, because they might not have all the information,
well,
and then
and
you have to tell
I
everybody.
would say
Yeah,
the larger the group, the less able that people are to make a truly informed decision is my guess. That would,
I mean,
but I mean,
yeah, but yeah, maybe, but I don't know. Like, what is it that you're trying to say though? Like, you don't. What prompted you to want to have this discussion?
well, there was something in the Discord server where, it got into, like, my is like, are the American people right for electing Donald Trump? And I like put that poll in there
And I'm assuming the
just to
majority
see,
of
like,
people said no.
yeah, and well, I mean, it didn't get a lot of engagement, but
Yeah, polls don't
I
typically get
think
a
it
lot
got
of
like
engagement.
yeah, I think it got like 10 votes or less than that.
Okay,
I don't know. I don't particularly.
I mean,
I
I
don't
would say
particularly care about the number of votes.
okay. I mean, I would say no, they're not. They weren't right, but
Well, I
that's
mean, I would say it's too soon to tell.
I don't think so. We've had lots of time in order to be able to work out that things have not been great. And also everything like most of what's happening now is all shit that he said that he was going to do. There's really not been a whole lot of surprises other than the fact that the
Well, I
guardrails aren't
think
really going.
because I'm pretty disappointed with him.
Oh, you've changed your mind
I
since we
think
last
he's
spoke?
no, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think he's Kamala Harris was I you can't especially like, in that second debate when she said that we didn't have troops in a combat zone. And I don't care about your politics. Let's get to the principle of this. She was the vice president of the United States, and she either was directly lying to people to try to win a point, or she
Wait,
didn't
what
know
was
that there are troops in a combat zone.
wait, what are you are you talking about in Ukraine? What? When did she say that? Or
Well,
like what
no,
was she referring to?
she said in the second debate, she said that it was the first time since 9/11 that we hadn't had troops in a combat zone. And that's just an outright lie.
Um
And
well,
it's
I
either
think she meant that she wasn't
and
that
it's
US troops weren't engaged
well, and
like
let's eliminate the name and let's eliminate the politics. Like here you have the vice president of the United States either directly lying about whether we have troops in a combat zone or she doesn't know. And to be honest, I don't know which is scarier.
okay, well, now hold on. I feel like it's a bit
It's like,
silly for you to focus on this when like the amount of times Donald Trump lies is constant. Like he
well,
considerably
I
and
mean,
also do you actually think that Trump knows anything about any of the stuff that he talks about? Do you think that he understands
oh
the
no, he
geopolitical
knows.
complexities of whether or not to strike Iran? No, of course not, because he's an idiot. I think we're probably aware. Like, I don't think that he understood. I don't think he understands anything about Gaza. I don't think he understands anything about Russia, Ukraine, which is even incredibly scary because the people that he is trusting to handle that are incredibly sympathetic to Russia.
Well, I think Trump's biggest problem is that he thinks, or at least this is what I think, is that he thought when he got elected it would be like rolling back the clock to 2021. And the world's changed a lot in 4 years. And like
I think
you're not going to
I think you argued this the last time we talked. This sounds familiar, but I don't remember. Um,
probably, I mean, we talked once before, but
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
I
that's
know.
that's part of this major problem. Uh, he claims he ended Thailand and Cambodia, but
The number of wars that
they've
he
gone, they've
ended,
lit off again.
yeah, the number of wars that he claims that
And
he ended keeps going up. Last night in
but
his
I mean,
speech, it
I'm
was
not.
8.
I am on the side of. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Democrats took back the Senate. Like that would be the big thing. If the Democrats take back the Senate
Hopefully, they'll take back the house
next year.
too.
Yeah, they're probably going to take back the House, but that's because the Republicans are stupid.
Yeah, well,
The Republicans are stupid.
yeah, they are, but it's not just that. It's because like Trump is doing terribly, and his approval rating is in the 30s now, and he seems wholly
Well, I mean,
unaware of any of this.
I mean the most reputable poll that I find has him like in the mid 40s. And I understand that because I'm one of those people who's pretty disappointed with him.
Maybe his number's gone up. Last time I saw it, I believe at one point it was down to 36, and then I
Well,
think
I
it
mean,
was.
it's like whatever. Like if it's something like if it's a poll like Marist or YouGov or like if you follow these polls, like I mean, those polls had Kamala Harris winning the election.
Yeah, but that
And
doesn't.
how can
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't.
yeah, it's no
That's.
Gallup is more reputable than like a polling outfit like Marist. There's a couple. Quinnipiac is a pretty unreliable poll. CNN is a pretty unreliable poll.
I mean, I don't. The election
But
was incredibly close, though, right? So it's not. I don't like. It's not like.
no,
It
no,
was. Yes, it
no, the
was.
election wasn't incredibly close.
Um, yeah, it was. It was not like he did not
I
win in
mean,
a landslide
by
like everyone
percentage of the
claims.
population, yeah, the election was close, but Kamala Harris wasn't going to win that. There was no way in hell Kamala Harris was going to win last year.
I mean, yeah, once they counted all the votes, sure, but like going into that, that's not like it's possible that she could have.
And even the reason why they got rid of Biden was that if Biden had stayed in the race, I mean, the Democrats were pretty much only going to win, California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, New York, and Massachusetts, and DC. Like, Joe Biden was staring down an electoral college defeat not seen since Reagan's reelection. And it wouldn't have been that big, but I mean, Donald Trump was probably going to win well over 400 electoral college votes.
So hold on, you say that, but like we don't know that that would have necessarily happened. That's the only reason why everyone thought that was because Biden bombed in that debate. But that doesn't.
Because you couldn't gaslight the people anymore that Joe Biden was fine.
I mean, I
Th-
don't. I disagree. I don't think that. I mean, I don't think that Biden was doing that, or that like what are you one of those people who think that he had dementia like the entire time?
that's the DNC's own polling. That was the
Yeah,
DNC's own poll. That's
I
why they
understand.
pushed him out.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes, because after the debate, yes, because he did bad in the debate. I know. And people were saying that he was like, but like honestly, if we think Biden was sundowning, you're gonna have to like anyone who says that needs to say the same thing about Trump. I mean, Jesus Christ. Have you listened to him talk lately? He sounds so much more slow than he did before. But I guess that doesn't matter because Trump sounds like an idiot all the time, and so nobody noticed, I suppose.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, Joe Biden before wasn't winning any
Well,
intelligence contests.
I no,
I
I
could,
disagree. I disagree. Biden is was like I understand that he had gaffes or whatever, but if you go watch interviews of him, he certainly didn't sound like he was an idiot who didn't know what he was talking about, who didn't
well, and
understand
see,
anything
that's the
about the
thing. Like,
world.
I don't know how old you are, but I mean, I've had two of my grandparents had dementia and Alzheimer's, and one other really close friend had dementia real bad the last couple years of his life. And like with me, you could take videos of Joe Biden when he was vice president, and he wasn't vice president that long ago, and compare him to when he was running for president, and you'd be like, yeah, there's something wrong here.
I
There's something
don't.
wrong
I
here.
mean, if you go back and you compare Biden's debate with Trump, like in 2020 to the one he had in 2024, the difference is like night and day. I do not agree. But I don't really want to get into an argument about this because this
Well,
is basically going to be a bunch of weird mind reading, and we obviously have a different opinion. And I also think it's kind of silly. Like, I mean, can you not say the same thing about Trump? I do you not have concerns about Trump's health, the weird
I
stuff with
didn't
his
say that.
hands, like.
I didn't say that. I think another problem that we have is we're electing these 80-year-old
Yeah,
politicians.
I agree. That is an issue. in
I mean,
general.
it's kind of funny, like, because the president and vice president have been older than me my entire life, and like my sister is of the liberal persuasion, and that's fine. And when he got elected, like I blew my sister's mind. It was like, hey, you realize that we're now older than the vice president of the United States,
Oh
and
yeah,
we
because
got a
he
good laugh
was.
about that.
I mean, I thought that it was cool that
We got a good.
Obama was in his 40s. I feel like we need more, but that at the same time, people typically like their politicians or their presidents to be experienced, and usually that means they do have to be older, but they don't need to be in their
Well, like
80s.
if I could go back in time to the Constitutional Convention, like, and I would put in a bunch of margin notes. But one of them I would be like, as a commercial pilot, the FAA will force me to retire at 65. Like I will no longer be able to fly commercial aircraft after I'm 65 years old.
Yeah,
Why
okay.
can't we do the same why can't we do the same for our politicians?
I
You
mean,
know,
I don't necessarily disagree. I don't like. I mean, it's kind of a um, yeah. I don't know.
like
I,
and especially like and that's like that I guess that's part of the problem with Congress is that you've got these people that are like we are seriously heading towards a fiscal cliff. And
yeah, potentially. I mean, yeah, we are.
well, I
Although, hold
mean,
on. I just want to ask you if you believe that. And I'm not trying to do a gotcha on you or whatever, but I feel like a lot of people who are of the conservative or Republican persuasion will say this shit, but they won't acknowledge the fact that part of the reason for that is because every time Republicans get in office, they spend, 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 and rack up the debt, and they don't raise taxes to pay for it. Bush did it. Reagan did it.
well,
Um,
the
and
problem
Trump
is
has done
that
it hugely.
yeah, oh yeah. I mean, that's another reason why like I wasn't I'm the during the whole government shutdown, I was like keep the government shut down even though, with my job every time that I go do my job, I'm dealing with the federal government. Air traffic controllers are federal employees. And like I understand the trouble that they were having, especially, as you're starting to talk about going a month without getting pay.
Well, yeah, that's
Like,
not
yeah, I
good.
understand that.
I don't think that no, I don't think the government should just stay shut down because that wouldn't have been good. There were people who like need that money or whatever. There are ways though that I think
Well,
like things could probably be fixed, but I mean that's like first of all
but
taxes
like
would have to go up.
I also feel like we could definitely get rid of about 70% of federal employees and not suffer a drop in services that they provide.
I mean, it's funny that you say that, but
Especially if
that
we do it
doesn't
smart.
seem to be the case. I mean, just based on the fact that Elon promised to cut like a ton and then he got in there and it was like I think a few $1 billion that wound up being cut. It wasn't even a trillion because a lot of this stuff is needed. And the stuff they did cut was not
Well,
good. Getting rid of USAID was not good.
no, getting rid of USAID was definitely the right fucking move. I
Really?
will die on that
You
hill.
you don't
Yes.
you don't think that soft power is good? Because that's
Well,
what
I
USAID was. It was soft power.
it's
And also millions of people
well,
in Africa are going to die
no.
now because of that.
No.
Yes, yes, they
We will
are.
still find a way. We will still like
Why not?
one
Why
of
not the USAID thing?
we will still find a way to fund that stuff.
Well, they haven't yet,
But
and there's already people
US
that are dying.
uh doubtful, but I mean USAID was basically being used as a money
I
laundering scheme for pretty much everybody in Congress.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me a source on that. Although, given that you believe the Uranium One conspiracy, I am doubtful of anything that you say when you start alleging shit like that.
Well, like okay, USAID funded a program that was like $27 million for transgender kids in Pakistan.
Okay, now you're just listing off stuff like that, and I don't even know if
Well,
that's true. But yeah, but like, why? Who cares,
well,
dude?
here's let me finish my point.
Like, you're just gonna list all
They
the
weren't
things that
spending
Fox
they weren't
showed?
spending that $27 million on transgender kids in Pakistan. They were spending that $27 million on paying off local politicians and running CIA black sites.
Okay, you're again like, you have no evidence for any of this. Like, where did you get this from?
Because that's where they got their funding. Why are we still in Syria?
Because Syria is
It's
being destabilized. But I'm asking, or because
well,
Syria is not particularly stable right
okay, do you
now.
know do you know what areas are of Syria we are in?
I think like northeastern Syria, like where the Kurds are.
Yeah, do you know what's in northeastern Syria other than the Kurds?
Oil.
Yeah, that's where all their oil is. All it,
Okay.
the current Al Qaeda government of Syria only controls Damascus and up towards Aleppo. They don't really control the other country, the rest of the country. We're occupying northeastern Syria, doing all the things that the liberals accused us of doing in Iraq. We're stealing their oil basically to fund our black operations.
Okay, first of all, no. Do you have a source for any of this? Like, I'm not trying to like be a dick or whatever, but when you start saying weird shit like this, it sounds like you have come up with this based on like stuff that
Well,
you
and
have
and
deduced or
you
whatever.
talk about soft power,
Yeah, soft power
like
is important.
talk about soft power, and so we got rid of USAID, and like last week we're mulling around whether we should build an air base in Damascus. And we're talking about spending like I want to say it's like $20 million on this air base in Damascus. And
Okay.
like that's where like before that sort of shit would have been funded by USAID. So like getting rid of USAID, getting rid of USAID for the most part was a good thing. It's gonna end up doing more good than bad.
I mean,
And
based on
the
everything I've seen, I do not agree because that I feel like the fact that like, and Sudan is a place, for example, where like food is needed because like people are having trouble getting access to food there, and USAID was providing a lot of that, and now it's all gone. In Africa, there was stuff like women are trying or people are trying to get like AIDS treatments and they can't because all of those places have closed their doors. There is just so much bad shit that has happened. It just did not need to happen. There was just like there was no reason to do it. Um and I yeah, like I just don't I'm not buying, and it feels like your reason for saying this is based on like some weird conspiracy that you have seemingly come up with. And
well, I'm fairly certain of the people on this stream, I'm the only one that's been in Syria.
I mean, okay. I
I
also
mean,
have
I was in Syria when Donald Trump ordered us out of Syria, and then a couple days later they were like, he changed his mind. And he really didn't change his mind, and they were freaking lying to him about being in Syria. The Defense Department was lying to him about troop
um
levels in Syria
I'm
the entire
pretty
time he was
sure that
president.
was Afghanistan.
No, that was Syria.
Okay, well, in
Because it
Afghanistan,
was
well,
the special envoy for Syria retired almost immediately after the 2020 election. And he pretty much went and said he pretty much admitted to it. It's like, yeah, I was lying to Donald Trump about troop levels in Syria the entire time.
maybe because that they thought
And
that it was
I
a
mean,
bad idea to just leave Syria and essentially and like basically leave the Kurds there to get fucked by the Turks, which is what wound up happening. and
Okay,
also
when did
potentially
Congress?
contribute to destabilization
When?
because ISIS was there too.
Yeah. Well, and now Al Qaeda's running Syria. So which is better?
No, they're not. Stop! Don't do that.
Do you want Al Qaeda
No,
running
Al
Syria
Qaeda is
or
not.
ISIS
Al
running
Qaeda
Syria?
is not running Syria. Okay. Al Shara is not Al Qaeda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's an Islamist.
They're called HTS now.
Yeah, but they're not Al Qaeda anymore.
They're called HTS, and the guy's
you
loyalty to a whole bunch of terrorist groups depends on what side of the bed he woke up on.
You don't know that. No, it doesn't. He fought against both Al Qaeda and ISIS. You can't say that he's Al Qaeda. He's not Al Qaeda.
Yeah, and he fought against Al Qaeda when he was a member of ISIS.
Yeah, and then he fought against ISIS too. I'm saying that he is not part of either of these groups anymore. Okay. He's not like, I feel like people who say that is just kind of silly. He's an Islamist, and
No,
obviously that's not good and worrisome. But he's not.
My whole point is,
or
why are
ISIS.
we there?
Yeah,
why are we still even there? I mean, we had 2 soldiers and a civilian die there last week.
Do you think the U.S. should give money to Israel? Hello? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry, you like cut
Yeah,
out
I
when
had.
you were
Sorry,
about to answer.
No, my headphone died.
Ah, okay.
I had to plug it in. So no. Should we be giving money to Israel?
Yes.
I would say if it's for the Iron Dome, yes. If it's for defensive weapons, yes. If it's for they need more JDAM bombs, no.
Okay.
If it's for, them to talk Donald Trump into bombing Iran for him, no. Obviously no.
Well,
I think yeah, how they pretty much played Donald Trump into bombing Iran for him.
I mean, I don't know that they paid him.
No, Nick Fuentes doesn't have valid points. Sorry, I'm reading your chat and I saw that come up.
Okay, I don't know that they paid him. I don't think that was what happened. I think that it was more just that Trump had that.
No,
Trump doesn't know anything about any of this, and he has people around him who advise him on what to do, and the people around him are very pro-Israel and very pro-Russia, and so anti-China.
Bombing Iran. Bombing Iran was more Netanyahu goading him into like when he said only America can.
Oh yeah, I
can
imagine,
do this for us.
I'm sure that Bibi appealed to his ego. Yeah.
And then it's people in the Senate like Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham holding up his legislative agenda until he bombed Iran.
Trump has a legislative agenda? Really? Sorry, never mind. I don't want to.
Every president has a legislative agenda.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't seem to want to do anything. No, it's bots all the way
Well,
down.
that's because because half the Republican Party doesn't want him. Half the Republican Party doesn't want Donald Trump to succeed.
I guess, or maybe the actual reason is because that you actually have to because the Republican Party's not a monolith, and they aren't going to vote for like everything just because the president tells them to, and they have different interests and desires based on what state they come from, and you need a skilled leader in order to be able to wrangle them to vote for the things you want.
Well, I mean,
Trump is not any of those. Is not that. So.
Well, I would say that's the key difference between the Republicans and the Democrats.
No, the Democratic Party is not a monolith either. If it was, Biden would have been able to get way more done.
But when push comes to shove, the Democrats will vote as a bloc.
Sometimes they will. It depends on what it is, and it depends on whether or not people.
I mean, that's what they did for Obamacare.
That took a lot of wrangling. I don't know if you're aware or not, but they had to remove stuff from that bill in order to get the Blue Dogs on board.
They had to remove some, but when push comes to shove, I
Yeah,
mean,
they did. They eventually managed to get
the
people to vote for it. Yeah, and
The
that was
Republicans won a Senate seat in Massachusetts because the guy specifically said he would have been the 60th vote against Obamacare.
okay. By the way, Obamacare is overwhelmingly popular
When
now, so people like it.
well, I mean, the people can be wrong. I
I
mean, I don't understand why people don't realize that when Congress passes a law that says you have to buy a certain product, that then the price of that product would then increase massively.
um I don't know that that is the case, but like
I
it
mean,
doesn't. Yeah, but
that's the same arguments.
yeah, but
That's
you
the same
have to
argument
do
against.
that. Listen, you know what? That's why they should have had a public option. But
No,
that's a
well,
different
no,
question.
I'm even more against a public
Yeah,
option than that
I'm sure
because
you are because you're a conservative. But I don't want to talk about I don't want to argue about healthcare. I understand that the United States has a different kind of healthcare than we have here in Canada, but like I think that unfortunately for you, I suppose, the needle on that has moved, and most Americans now believe that people should be involved in, or that the government should have some involvement in healthcare and in providing healthcare. And I think a public option is probably going to be the next the next thing once whoever gets elected gets enough political capital to do it. And I think it's the best compromise because it's not banning all private health insurance, and it provides people with and it provides lower income people with somewhere to go to get health care. And I presume it would also be an option as well that people would choose to buy into rather than it being something that everybody just automatically gets. So, I mean, I don't really know what's wrong with that if it's just another health insurance option, but it would be cheaper and affordable
uh,
for people.
well, the problem with government-run healthcare is that it will eventually lead to death panels, and you're seeing that in Canada right now. What's the
No, you're
fifth
not.
largest cause of death? What's the fifth largest cause of death in Canada right now?
What?
Medical assistance in dying.
Okay, yeah, but that's not death. Oh, hold on a minute. There is no way that that is true.
When the government starts pushing you to kill yourself instead of spending the money to treat you,
Yeah, but that's not.
I
That
mean,
doesn't.
that's insanity. That
That
is insanity.
that does not have anything to do with whether or not the government runs healthcare or not. The whole thing, the reason why MAID was a thing is because that the Supreme Court ruled that you have to allow people if they want you have to allow medically assisted suicide for people in certain circumstances.
Yeah, and it's like, okay,
Also,
you know, if I'm being the
I
devil's
don't know
ad
where you got that
if
from, but that's not true. It is not the top 5.
well, if I'm being the devil's advocate for MAID, for medical assistance in dying, and if you look at the stats in Canada and it says, you know, like the average age of the person taking advantage of that is like 78, 79. It's pretty high. It's like, okay, we can make an argument there. But when every now and again you hear about somebody who's 30 years old and has some mental disability, and it's like, well, I'd rather just kill myself.
Okay, listen. Well,
And then you see
wait. I do not. First of all, as far as I'm aware, they have not implemented MAID for mental health. They keep pushing it back because they understand there's a bunch of
there was
issues with it.
there was a girl who she was like a sexual assault and child abuse survivor, and she was 23 years old and she chose to commit suicide. And
Okay,
then you have what was it? The
I
woman
no
who
no. I
was a
understand that there
veteran,
are.
who's a Canadian veteran
I understand that there are
who
instances
they
of
tried to push her
people.
to commit suicide instead of putting a wheelchair lift in her house.
I understand that there are, yeah, but that wouldn't be for mental issues. That would be for physical disability stuff. And yes, I know, I'm aware. I understand. I'm not saying that's not a problem, but you're acting like but like you just said, MAID is the number, is the fifth like largest cause of death, and that's not true. It is not on the top 5 causes of death in Canada. That is incorrect. Are the numbers like super high, or are the numbers high for like older people who have like chronic illnesses? Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, as long as like it is done correctly. I think that, like, I don't know about you, but if I ever end up with dementia or Alzheimer's, I'm probably going to choose to take that option before my mind is completely gone. Or if the alternative is facing a slow, painful death where I'm hopped up on painkillers constantly, I'm probably going to choose to take that option. And I would like to be able to have that choice and have it not be illegal, you know?
But
But
I
now
mean,
for mental
that's
health, that's a
if
different matter.
if you are making that choice, I don't agree with it, but that's your choice. It's your life. I mean, go do you, boo boo. I mean, but it's when the government is pushing that as the treatment
Yeah,
option.
I agree. Although the thing is that I don't think that, like, as a matter of policy, the government doesn't push that as a treatment option. There have been incidences where people have pushed it as a treatment option and they should not have. And that's a problem within
And
the
there have been
system that
incidences
we should
where
fix.
Canadian citizens have said that they were pushed. They The people that were pushing them was the government,
Yeah, I
and it's
understand
like,
that.
okay,
Yeah, but the people that, yeah,
those
you
are
mean healthcare workers who are government employees. Yes.
yeah, and that's wrong. I'm sorry, that's wrong.
Yeah,
The
okay.
government should
Also,
never be
there's a
the
yeah, I
government
mean,
should never
that's,
be able
yeah.
to look at another human being as the bottom line of a balance sheet.
Okay, that's fine. I don't disagree with that, but that doesn't mean that we need to take MAID and throw the baby out with the bathwater. You can still fix it.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
that's all I'm saying. I don't think, like, I think that you seem to think that because that this has happened a few times, this is like representative of a constant thing, or that it will happen in every, like, there are tons of
A
countries that have government run healthcare and this is not an issue that they have,
yeah,
and they
because they don't push
generally
it.
fare better than other countries that don't have such government run healthcare.
But
So,
but they will eventually, like, it's like, okay, I've got a niece with Down syndrome, and I know that she will be on some sort of government subsidy and government program for her entire life. But I
yeah.
also know that around about the time she turns about 35, 36 years old, those government programs will begin to run out.
Yeah, that's not good. Like, we as societies should look after people like that. That is a thing
Well,
that we
and
should
the reason
want to do.
well, the reason why that is because the average life expectancy of somebody with Down syndrome is like 38 years old.
Okay, then, like, you would want to keep those subsidies going until the person passes away. I'm assuming, or are you trying to say that that's what'll happen? The subsidies basically exist for life, or are you saying that that people with Down syndrome, their subsidies automatically run out at like 35 because they assume that they're just going to die?
No, they will start to wean the availability of those programs because those programs are pushed for people who are younger. And this is my problem with government run healthcare is that, it's like we'll do, and I will say, like, in the United States, we'll do something stupid like put a pacemaker in somebody who's 98 years old. Like a European country with their government run healthcare will never do that.
Okay, I mean, I
And
think
that's
that
because
it's
why should we put a pacemaker in somebody who's 98 years old who's going to die within the next 5 years? Why don't we give that pacemaker to somebody who's like 35 and might actually need it?
okay. Well, so wait, now, just a moment ago, you were arguing again. Like, that's a different. So, are
Well,
you
no, my stance is if you got the money to pay for it, yeah, give me the pacemaker. I'm 98 years old. Here's $100,000 for a pacemaker. Put it in me.
okay? but it sounds like you don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing to like deny the
Well,
98
no,
year
I
old
understand.
patient.
I understand their decision. I just think it's wrong.
Okay, I
Like
mean,
if you have the money to pay for a pacemaker, if you're 98 years old, fine, put it in me.
well, you know what?
But
That's why again, a lot of the countries that I believe have the considered to have the best healthcare systems are the ones that have multi-payer systems with public and private. So what's wrong with that?
well, and no, the ultimate fix to this problem is that you make the consumer, or you make the American people or the Canadian people in your stance the actual customer of healthcare services and not the insurance companies.
I mean, you say that, but that's not necessarily going to. What about the people who can't pay for it? Because there's going to be a whole bunch of people who can't pay for it. And also, the other thing too is that
Well,
like
then you fall back
people's.
then you fall back on charity. And that's another problem, right?
I
It's
don't.
like, okay, I've got
That's not going
auto
to
insurance for
work.
my car, right? Why do I have auto insurance on my car?
Because that in order because so that in case you get in a car accident, so that your car can get like fixed automatic or for you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why, because getting in a car accident is actually exceedingly rare, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get in a car accident every week.
Okay.
I don't
Listen.
use my car insurance for my oil change.
Okay.
Like I use my car
If
insurance if I
you
get in a car wreck.
if you wanna say that health insurance sucks, that's fine. But I don't think getting rid of it is going to automatically make healthcare cheaper in the United States. There's
No,
lots of reasons
I'm
why
not
it's
saying get rid of
expensive.
health insurance.
And I think a lot of the reasons why it's expensive, by the way, is because that Americans want the latest and greatest shit. As you have just demonstrated with
Yeah,
the
that's
98
I would
year
say
old who
that's
wants
part
the
of it too.
pacemaker. Whereas here and in
But
European
like,
countries, we don't need the latest and greatest shit, and that's largely because that we haven't existed in a system where the latest and greatest stuff is constantly available to us.
well, and like I will say this, because I had my hip replaced in July, and I'm pretty happy with my health insurance, you know? Like my job gives me pretty good health insurance,
Yeah, I
like a
mean that's
$20,000 surgery.
that no, that's great.
A
I
tw-
understand, and that's why a lot of Americans who have health insurance are pretty happy with their health insurance. That's why I don't. That's why no, people overall wouldn't want Medicare for all. But I think a public option is still a good idea because I still think that there are people who are not going to be able to afford health care. And that's why it's a good idea. And that's why like Obamacare was good because it managed because it got more people insured. And I think it was better. And I do not think that you should have to go bankrupt in order to be able to get health care because there are people who have to
no,
deal with
you
that.
shouldn't. But hey,
Toby's Canadian
Toby
too.
Dim.
Why are you reading
Yeah,
chat? That's not a good idea.
that's why health insurance shouldn't be tied to employment.
Yeah, I
We
agree.
need to make we need to make the American consumer the customer of healthcare again, and not necessarily these insurance
I mean, even
companies.
if you do that, it's still going to be mega hella expensive. Like, that's not going to fix it. That's not going to make it less expensive. Or it might be marginally less expensive, but it's still going to be expensive. And, like, I just do not think
Yeah,
that that,
and just well, and by the same thing, if something catastrophic happens and you get in a car wreck, right? And now
yeah,
your car is fucking totaled. Like that's pretty expensive too. And no, Toby, I'm not mad. I'm not
stop
mad.
reading chat.
Even though I've had a pretty
Also,
shitty day, I'm
can
not mad.
hold on, can we I don't actually really want to talk that much about healthcare because it's not really my like my governing
Yeah, it's not, and it's
philosophy is that um I think that we as a society, or rather I guess my overall moral philosophy is that I want to minimize suffering as much as possible. It like that is like the kind of like that would be like my ideal world or what have you. And so yeah, that's why I am okay with things like like providing for people who have Down syndrome or government run healthcare. And I understand that that means that taxes have to be more. But I think that if everybody paid more, a little bit more in taxes, then that would probably help considerably, especially in a country like America that has millions of people in it and that makes like a lot of money. Like for example, I think one of the biggest issues was that they sent when NAFTA came in and all those people in the Rust Belt lost their jobs because all the factory work left. Those people never got anything for that. There was no extra tax that was levied onto the businesses who took their labor out of there. You know, like you could have like provided, you could have like taxed them a little bit to do something to like help those people who basically got screwed and they all lost their jobs and they didn't, and like they weren't retraining them didn't work because they were all older, and it just, yeah, like stuff like that is what I mean. And I understand that like you would rather have charity do it. I don't really think that that is going to work. Like if you want to have a society where charity is also there to help out people, that's fine. But I don't like, I would need to see like data that to show me that yes, charity works better than government. But I don't really think that that's the case. Like you can say government's inefficient, but like really it's not like businesses aren't also or can't also be inefficient, because they absolutely can. You know, especially like big ones, like they can get bloated and they can have a bunch of issues too. And I have no illusions. I don't think that we're ever going to eliminate poverty entirely unless we manage to come up, and unless we invent Star Trek replicators, we will never eliminate poverty. But that doesn't mean that we can't, we don't,
Well,
we can keep trying to. Doesn't mean we shouldn't stop
when
trying.
we when we invent Star Trek replicators, we totally destroy our economics.
Well, yeah, probably, but I mean, at that point, I feel like if we manage to invent Star Trek replicators and basically have
Yeah,
infinite resources, then like I
yeah.
think
I
the
mean,
world.
scarcity goes out the window when I have a machine that I just press a button and whatever I want magically appears in front of my face, right?
Yeah, exactly. I, I know, but that would mean that that basically what I mean though is that if we all had access to that or whatever, I think that like the world would be a completely different place and probably maybe a better place,
Well, that's
really,
what like
depending.
have you ever seen the movie Elysium?
Uh, no, but that I've heard of it, but I have not seen. You
It's
think of it.
it's a
Think of a different analogy because maybe I might want to watch it. And I don't want you to spoil it.
well, no, it's well, I think okay, it's a passable movie. And I just think it's totally insane. Like the whole point of this movie is that this guy works in a robot factory and these robots are like super smart, right? I mean, they're like you know how we're building like androids now. And,
Yeah. Well,
and
I don't think we've reached the point where our
well,
androids are super smart yet, but yes.
well, yeah, no, the problem with this movie is that the androids are so smart, but yet they still need humans to go into the radiation chamber to build them. It's like if number one, if the robots were so smart, I mean, why don't you just send a robot into the radiation chamber to kill him or to build them? And this is the impetus of the movie is Matt Damon is working in this robot factory and he goes inside this chamber to put the pieces of the robots together, but he gets trapped in the chamber and it irradiates him. And they have this machine that's like it's this pod that you sit in and it will magically cure you. But it's only the rich people that live up in like an orbital colony that get to use this machine. And the whole movie is trying to get him and his girlfriend's daughter up to one of these machines to save their life. And it's be, it's so stupid because if Elon Musk were to invent a machine that oh my god, oh my god, I sit in this machine for 30 minutes and I'm magically cured of all of my ailments. Healthcare would be incredibly cheap then. Like incredibly cheap then.
I mean, yeah, potentially. Maybe it wouldn't be though. I mean, maybe it would cost like a ridiculous amount of money to use that machine because maybe those machines are really expensive to make.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that that now greatly increases the supply of healthcare. Is that where your cats are staying?
What? Oh, you're looking at the stream. No, it's not.
Yeah.
My cat is right here. Hold on, just a sec. Uh,
Somewhere back there in that pile of pillows.
can you see him?
Oh no, there he is on the blanket.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because I can't have pets.
Aw, pets are
Well, I mean,
awesome.
I'm gone for
Oh yeah,
most
that's
of the time. I
true.
work 14 days on, and I'm back for 6 days.
That's totally understandable. Whoa. Ah. Yeah, no,
But
I
yeah,
get that. Yeah, it's obviously that would make it rather difficult to have pets. I
but no, my point is if somebody were to invent a machine like that, it's like, yeah, initially it would be expensive, but eventually it become really cheap because you're just expanding the supply of healthcare.
uh yeah, potentially. I mean, it would depend like on how expensive it would be. I guess there'd be a bunch of supply chain related stuff to that. But anyway, this conversation kind of just went I think so you wanted to talk about democracy. Would you like to like expand somewhat, maybe a little bit more about like exactly what you wanted to say with regards to democracy?
Well, and so democracy generally is a good thing, but that doesn't mean that people can't be wrong. Like I said in the Discord thread, it's like the French and British people were wrong for electing appeasement politicians in the 30s.
Uh, yeah. Although I don't know if any of those people ran as appeasement politicians, but I would have to honestly like I know quite a bit about Nazi Germany, but not a whole hell of a lot about um like everything about that era and politicians otherwise. And I've started learning about Mussolini recently, like just about his rise to power, not really any of the stuff after that. But yeah, I don't. Hello. Although I think it's interesting that you
Like
say
I
that. Do you think that America should have been involved in World War II?
Yes,
Okay, why don't you think that we should that America should help Ukraine? How is that different?
because it's not in our national interest.
Really, it's not in America's national interest to ensure that um a country in Europe is not it doesn't think to like ensure that countries don't suddenly think it's okay to just conquer their neighbors whenever they want to, or to ensure that Europe doesn't get destabilized as a result of this, which has led to a whole bunch of issues because like the Ukraine war had devastating impacts on the world economy in terms of like the price of like food and all of this other stuff, and inflation, and yeah, it was not good. I don't know why it wouldn't be in America's interest because we're all connected.
Because there's nothing in Ukraine that we can't get. Ukraine has nothing to offer us that we can't get elsewhere, especially if from our own local sources. Like we don't like I understand why people like
Then
Africa want Ukrainian grain,
wait,
but
so
I mean, we got plenty of farmland here
why does America give a fuck if about if Europe fell to the Nazis? Like, what? Who cares? It's not like the United States needed anything from Europe.
because Nazi Germany was an existential threat to the United States.
Okay,
Hitler
but
wasn't just going to stop with Europe.
you don't think that Russia and China, do you know about the axis of chaos, that theory, that foreign policy theory? Have you heard of
Which, say
it?
that again?
The axis of
S-
chaos.
The axis of chaos.
Yeah, it's this idea that Russia and China and Iran and North Korea are like that they want to destabilize Western countries by doing things like engaging in election interference and whatnot, because they want to be the top dogs, and they're trying to present
I mean,
themselves as alternatives to the West. And I don't think that letting
I
Russia
would
roll
say,
over Ukraine and other country and like threaten NATO in Europe would be good for that.
well, I'm not saying we let Russia roll over Ukraine. If Vladimir Putin wants to invade Ukraine, that sounds like a problem that should be primarily handled by our European partners. And it's not being primarily handled by our European partners because they're more interested in buying Russian oil and gas
Yeah,
than they are in defending Ukraine.
I mean, I don't know that that's still the case now, but I understand that that was a problem a
And
while ago. And I agree that that is an issue that should be dealt with. And I mean, really, if we go back far enough, there's a bunch of problems. I do not think that it was good, for example, that Barack Obama didn't do anything when Putin took Crimea. That was not good. I do not think that it was because that he didn't want to, and maybe because he didn't think Russia was that much of a threat, as I understand it. Biden knew that they were. I believe that he was clamoring, or in the background, he was thinking that this wasn't a good idea. But I mean, there was a whole bunch of problems with regards to that, because everybody had Iraq War PTSD, and like they didn't want to like do too much crazy intervention or whatever, even though they still did. But like there was fears with regards to that. But like, I mean, it sounds like you don't even necessarily. So, like, in what capacity do you now think Ukraine should be assisted then? Because that Trump is not like he's basically screwing them over because he just wants to be able to say, "Hey, I ended the war in Ukraine," and people and all the people around him are basically just like Russia shills, like Steve Witkoff, and he doesn't know anything about any of this. And these are the people that he's listening to.
because we have more pressing defense needs than Europe.
Are you telling me that the United States of
We ha-
America can't walk and chew gum at the same time? This is the same country that defeated China and arguably Germany. Well, not arguably, that they did, like that fought a war on two fronts and was like the big dog in that war. You
well,
think you guys can't do it again?
against a fully industrialized China, no.
But you did it in World War II against two fully industrialized countries, and one of them you basically beat single handedly.
Yeah, uh, Japan wasn't. I mean,
Yes, they were. Japan,
They were
yes, they were.
industrialized somewhat. They were
They
industrialized somewhat. And
Japan,
Germany,
Japan,
the German army, the the US army
the German
and the
army
British army,
was defeated a lot by the Russians, but they did it with
well,
American
ed
equipment and
well, here's the
American
point I'm
money.
trying to make. They're at the start, if we're taking like at on September 1st, 1939, when
Mm-hmm.
we can agree that that's the date that World War One started, right?
World War II, yes, yeah, that's the date that
Or
Germany
yeah, I'm
invaded
sorry, World War
Poland.
Two.
Yes, I understand that
World
the
War
war
Two.
in Asia or the war in the Pacific was a little bit different because I think it was in
The
32 or 31 or something that the Sino-Japanese war started because Japan was trying to
Yeah,
take
I
over
mean,
China.
you could make the argument that that's the real start of World War Two.
You could, although
But
like I get
on
people, yeah, it's September 1st, 1939 is when people like to say that it started.
on
Yeah.
at when the war began, there was one army that was fully mechanized in the world, and that was the United States Army.
Yeah, you guys weren't
Like
involved
when
though.
and then if we talk about, like Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941,
Mm-hmm.
the Russians or the Germans invaded Russia and had 6 million horses.
Yes, I know. I'm aware. I actually just learned about that recently, although it didn't really shock me that the
Yeah.
Wehrmacht used horses
And
for
yeah,
logistics,
and they
while they used all the
and
trains
well,
to ferry
like
Jews
I
to
can
death
understand
camps.
because the logistical network of Russia was insane. It was even insane in the Tsarist time.
Well, yeah, Russia's a big place. I know. And they obviously like it's not like they were going to necessarily have trains like going everywhere.
But
Um,
like
I don't
by
know if they eventually did, but yeah. Yes,
and the
Chase.
British
Yes,
army was
horses. Yes, the Wehrmacht used horses for their logistics. Yes, I too was shocked. It is very funny when you think about it. They couldn't even
I
use
mean, and
trucks.
it's
It was fucking horses.
well, I mean, and they're especially, you talk about it's like, well, why did Russia invade in February? It's like, well, because they had to wait for the marshes to be frozen.
Yeah.
And why do the biggest advances normally happen in the summer? Well, it's because the ground is nice and dry and solid,
Yeah.
and every other time of the year it's a freaking mud hole. So
Yeah.
the German trucks would, I mean, they get buried up into their axles in these mud holes. So now you got to unload the trucks, and then, well, what are you going to use?
Okay.
You're going to use
Okay.
horses and men.
So hold on. Yeah, I understand, but like let's not. So here's the thing. Like I think that I feel like if you want to say, hey, you know what, the United States should still help Ukraine by providing them with intelligence and stuff. And but like Europe needs to pay more to assist Ukraine. But we're still going to like help you some. We're just not going to give you as much because we want Europe to help more. I feel like that would be a reasonable position, but it seems like you are in favor of like the garbage peace plan that was being offered, and like you said all this stuff in the Discord that seemed to indicate that you don't think America that you'd be fine with America not helping at all, which seems crazy to me. Like if you want to say Europe should help more, I don't disagree. I don't think Europe disagrees either, and I feel like America has plenty of power to turn around to Europe and say, hey, you guys need to help more. You know, this is your backyard, and you should also help more, rather than saying
Well, I
we
mean,
can't do this all ourselves.
I don't understand why Europe thinks that the United States needs to be Europe first in the next global war, because Europe's going to be a tertiary theater at best. Like what happens in Europe isn't going to win the next global war.
Okay, but I mean,
And
yeah, but that doesn't answer my question again. Like, why not? Like, a better policy then would be for America to say, "Hey, Europe, you need to get your shit together, and you need to start putting
yeah,
out more money for this. But we still support you, Ukraine, and we will still provide some money towards your defense. Oh, and also, can you hey EU, you better take those frozen Russian assets and use them to secure a loan to Ukraine. Stop like fucking around. Like I feel like
no.
America could throw their weight around considerably, and they just don't.
Well, I mean, I don't want the EU to seize Russia's foreign assets because I don't want there to be a war with Russia.
They already did. They're frozen. They froze their assets. They just haven't given
Well,
them to Ukraine.
they've frozen the assets, and they're taking the interest that they're earning off of the assets. Like I don't think that's I don't and yeah, I would agree that that's probably a better policy. But as
Also,
for we're just going to take the assets, we're
well, they
just going
don't
to
have
take the
to. All
assets
right. Well,
now.
then they could take the interest that they've earned off the assets and give that to
Yeah,
Ukraine.
I'm totally fine with them taking the interest.
Although I don't even
But
know if I'm
I mean,
necessarily against them taking at least some of those assets. Maybe not all of them, but some of them. But like at the same time too.
but no, I
Also,
mean
I
my
think another important thing. Sorry, I'll let you go in just a second. Is that another thing too is that I think America does need to make it clear, along with that that NATO is still a thing that they care about, and that yes, if Russia were to attack, America would be there to help because that will deter Russia from attacking NATO countries. Because I don't think
well,
Russia
yeah,
wants
if
to go to war
Russia
with America.
if Russia steps foot in a NATO country, we should nuke them.
Okay, yeah, and you know what? If Trump were out here throwing it like puffing up his chest and making statements like that, I wouldn't necessarily have a huge problem with it. I certainly think it would be better than him saying than him basically kowtowing to Putin because he's so desperate for the war to be over so that he can like try and get his Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I mean, that's Trump being the epic narcissist that he is.
Yeah, I know, but I think that's yeah, that's part of the problem. I think that's an issue. I think it's bad that your president is a
Well,
man child, but that's you
I mean,
know,
that's and I think that's been our problem as a country. The last 4 presidents that we've elected have
no.
been elected for entirely the wrong reasons.
I mean, maybe, but like none of the like Trump is unique in terms of like he is not normal. He is not like any other president that you guys have ever had, unless like there's some presidents who were thin-skinned man children that existed throughout your history that I'm not aware of. But like, you know what? I think that at the very least you could make the case that even if and I'll say this about all of them, even if I didn't agree with them, all the other presidents prior to Trump actually gave a shit about the United States of America and they weren't just in the job as a means to enrich themselves. I think they all believed in America and I think they believed in
Uh,
democracy. Maybe there are some that are further back
the
that
last
don't count, but or that can't, but
the
in the 20th
last
century they I think they did.
the last president I feel confident saying that about is H.W. Bush.
Like
Clinton is
what, you don't
Clinton
think
is a
that
narcissist who definitely used the office to enrich himself.
I
Bush
what? Are you going to
Bush
start talking
only
about
got a
all the Ken Starr crap for Clinton that I'm not really familiar with?
oh, and Bill Clinton's ties to the drug trade when he was governor of Arkansas.
Yeah, you're going to start talking about more conspiracy crap that I'm not overly familiar with. I'm sorry. I feel like every time I talk to you, I need to brush up on all the old conspiracies and not any of the Trump ones.
Let's let's bring up the Clinton Foundation and Haiti because that was definitely a good thing.
Yeah, and more stuff about the Clinton Foundation. By the way, I don't know if the Clinton Foundation existed when Bill Clinton was president, so I don't really know if that matters.
Well, it went away when Hillary didn't win in 2016. They couldn't milk it anymore.
Okay. I don't know if that's why
But
either.
as for like W only ran for president because he wanted to prove the people wrong about his dad. Like I still think George W. Bush cares about the United States,
I
but
still think Clinton
he
cares
cared
about the
more
United
about
States too. I think it's kind of silly to say that he doesn't care. Like I feel like
and
there was
it's really funny that George Bush didn't get elected for his foreign policy and let's go rah rah intervene everywhere around the world.
yeah, I know, but he got
9/11
reelected um
well
after he was pursuing
9/11
that.
9/11 forced his hand.
Yeah, but he got reelected in 2004 after pursuing that. That, by the way, was the I feel like that was the election where I really started paying attention the lead up to that. Or actually, no, I since 9/11 basically, which I was in high school during. Um, that was when I
No, we
yeah.
well and and we haven't had an effective president since Bill Clinton was impeached.
I
We
think
we had
listen.
it a little bit,
I think Biden was pretty
like right after
effective
9/11
with
we
what
had it
he
a little
had.
bit.
I think Biden was pretty effective with what he had to work with. But we are like running all over the place. I want to go back to Ukraine again. Um,
But no,
like
I like we should be seeking to separate Russia off from China. We should be seeking to separate India off from China.
the problem
Like we
is
can't
that if you want to do that, the issue that I have if you want to do that is that like if like doing that basically involves kissing up to Russia and giving them things that they want and basically sacrificing like other countries who care about, who like value things like their own self-determination, then like no, because the price of that is not good, especially if you basically enable or are then okay with shit like it. World War II, or they're not. I think the war in Ukraine was like one of the first times in Europe that one country basically invaded another since World War II. Except for, I mean, you could make the argument maybe with Yugoslavia, but I mean that's, I don't really
Uh,
think that's exactly the same because
Hungary,
that was one country.
Hungary in 1958, and Czechoslovakia
Oh,
in
okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
1968.
The Soviet Union. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'll just say since the Cold War because there was some shit that went down,
Yeah,
obviously. And
I
I
mean,
don't think
you can make an argument. You can make an argument for Yugoslavia,
you can, but
or
that's a little bit more complicated. But yeah, um,
but yeah, I mean, don't go around ethnically cleansing the population.
yeah. I mean, like, I
And
actually you can make that argument for Yugoslavia, I suppose. But then again, what happened there? Like NATO intervened in order to stop that shit. They didn't intervene soon enough, and it was kind of fucked that it took them so long. And it was even, and like I think that whole thing proves just how incredibly useless the United Nations was, because they didn't do
well,
anything in Srebrenica when they could have.
I want to say the reason why it took it so long is, you've got countries like France who I don't even think
Yeah,
the French people think that Germans are European.
it took so long because other countries in Europe were like pushing back against it. Yeah, that was the thing. And it was
Uh,
largely America that led like the efforts to like solve that problem. And it worked. And they generally, they managed to do that. And like I don't know as much about the Kosovo intervention, but that was another case where NATO came in and intervened. Like in twice in Yugoslavia they intervened in order to stop Milosevic from fucking around. So yeah, I think that like I feel like it's probably a good idea for like and I also I think it's a good idea basically to send the message that no, invading other countries is not good. And that would tie back then to China wanting to do it in Taiwan. I think that it would be good for them to not like, or to like see that no, the world didn't roll over and basically say whatever, Russia, you take Ukraine, because that they could then
well, I
see
mean,
that
and the world,
China is not, that the US isn't going to roll over and let them take Taiwan.
yeah, well, because I like my computer chips, and we kind of need Taiwan.
Yeah, I get that,
We
but
need
I
Taiwan
mean,
much more.
I yeah, but like there's other reasons that like I've already told you, there are other reasons that you don't want like Russia to think that it would be okay for them to fuck around in Europe, because that like if they take Ukraine, you think they're not gonna stop there. Putin wants the whole empire back, dude. And he's already kind of pushing like with the drones in Poland and all that other stuff where it's like, are they gonna do anything? Because I think that he thinks that maybe they won't, especially given that Trump has said stuff about how the United States should just leave NATO. And I think that's very
Well, I
worrisome.
mean, in all fairness, we probably should have left NATO when the Soviet Union fell, but we didn't, and we're in this situation now.
I
And we
disagree
kind of,
entirely, but that
I mean,
is,
I mean, there was no more need for NATO after the Soviet Union went away.
I mean, you
Like
say that,
I
but there
understand, with
was
Russia,
there was a need for it,
with
clearly.
Russia being more expansionist. I mean, I understand why European countries,
Russia
like I understand why the Balkan states wanted to join NATO.
Russia started being more
I don't think we
expansionist
should
in
have
the
let them in
90s.
NATO. Yeah,
Why?
like
So they could just get rolled over by Russia? Because that's what would have happened to them. That's why they
no,
wanted to join.
no, because I don't want a war with Russia because I don't want our cities to get nuked.
Okay, I feel like you think that NATO or like you seem to think that automatically any sort of like letting these countries into NATO automatically would mean that there will be a war with Russia. But that's not true. I don't think like Russia does not. I feel like you think that Russia is a lot a lot more threatening, or like a lot more or that they have much bigger balls than they actually do. I mean, like, have you watched, like, it feels like every single time anybody does anything, their response Russia's response is, oh my god, don't do that, or I'm going to use the nukes. I mean it this time, guys. I'm going to put the nukes. We're going to use the nukes. I'm going to push the button. Oh my god. And then they fucking don't do it because they don't have, because they won't, because they know that that would be game over.
Yeah, but it would also be game over for us.
Also,
It's
I'm
like,
hold
who
on.
wants to live?
Wait. Hold on. Let me just ask you just to check, because whose nukes do you think are in a better state right now, America's or Russia's? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Say, ask your question again.
Whose nukes do you think are in a better state right now? Whose nukes do you think work better? Who do you think has the better nuclear delivery technology, America or Russia?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, well, the
I
answer
I
is
would hope
America.
the
The answer is
well,
America.
I would hope the answer is us.
No, you don't need
And
to
if
hope, it
the answer
is.
is
Like,
well, if the answer is not us, we seriously have a problem.
Russia, I think I'm pretty sure that
You
Russia
agree?
tried to test like one of their nuclear delivery systems recently, and they blew and it exploded. Like when they were trying to launch a
Well,
thing. Like their shit is like, yeah.
the craziest thing I've heard of coming out of Russia is the two pilots that were ejected inside the bunker.
Yeah. Like they just they
I
don't
mean,
know what
that's
they're doing. There are also, look at the state of their military. They've had to pull tanks out. Like, for God's sakes, they're giving their troops like fucking what is it, Mosin Nagants from fucking World War II. Because like this is
well,
the
I mean,
state of
that's
their
what
shit. Like,
I mean, you could go back and you could find some pretty cool stuff on both sides. Like I did enjoy the one of the this guy, it was a Ukrainian guy, he had a double Maxim gun set up and he had a red dot.
oh
He
yeah,
had a red dot on this mount.
yeah, the I
And
mean,
it's like
yeah, they both had to get creative. Yeah.
there's I mean you've seen a whole bunch of Thompsons.
I
You've
think I
seen
have.
Thompson submachine guns.
Yeah. I've also
Yeah,
seen,
you've seen a lot of, but I mean, this is what happens in war.
yes.
Like you hit the war button, and I'm pretty sure if we went into a global war tomorrow, we'd be handing out M1 Garands.
I mean, yeah, potentially. Although, but like, I'm just saying though that like I think that I'm not saying that I don't want like nuclear war to happen or whatever. But I'm saying that I think that Russia knows that the United States preparedness for the potential of nuclear war, and that their technology is just massively superior, and so all they can really do is wag their finger and be like, I'm gonna do it, guys, this is my
Well,
new red line, and like just
and
cry.
this is another like one of my problems is that, you know, if Russia didn't have its nuclear arsenal, Russia wouldn't be the potential threat that it is.
Well,
Like they
yeah,
wouldn't even
because
be
yeah.
a potential threat. They wouldn't their economy is nowhere near our size. Yeah, they can put a lot of men in the field, but especially now, you know, the United States has a larger population than Russia. The EU has a larger population than Russia, it has a larger population than the United States. And our defense posture, I, the EU is rich enough that it can defend itself. And I'm not against like in the global wars, like, yeah, we should help them. But I mean, we're going to be dealing with a billion Chinese people in Asia, and that's going to be our problem.
So a part of me
Europe's going to have
says,
to
Yeah,
Europe is going to have to fend for itself because you think the British are going to sail? I mean, the Royal Navy has like less than 20 combat vessels.
yeah, yes, I understand what you're getting at. You're saying that like Europe will not help out but I mean they could certainly like potentially sell arms to Taiwan or what have you. However, with regards to all that, like really I would argue that I would think that this is an even greater argument to try and like help Ukraine get into a greater position of strength from which they can negotiate and then offer them some sort of security guarantee so that the war can be ended so then you guys can deal with China or like at least be pivot towards dealing with China potentially.
Well, and that's what Trump's deal does. And yeah, it's a
Yeah,
shitty deal for
yeah,
Ukraine.
but it doesn't
But
though, and it's not. The problem is that the issue with that deal is that it all it does is it just gives Russia time to recharge its batteries so they can try again later because that's what Putin wants. He doesn't want to actually stop.
well, I mean, it would be nice if our European partners were also charging their batteries and gearing up for war, and they're not.
I mean, there's been
That's
there's been moves towards that. Like they've been putting
yeah,
money
there's
towards
been
that.
movement, and the Bundeswehr is talking about having 300,000 men in 2040.
It's probably because that it
And I'm
takes
sorry,
them
the war with
longer
China
to.
is coming before 2040.
I don't. By the way, just so you
You know,
know,
the war
I don't know if like the war with China is actually like 100% dead set in stone that they are absolutely going to do it. It's very possible that they just don't. And I feel like the bet this like what you want to do, what you would probably want to do instead of just assuming on it, like obviously sure get ready for like the coming war with China, but the next thing should really be is how do we deter them? How do we like deter them from wanting to do this? You know, and I
well,
do
right
think
now,
that
our
that
pretty much our
military.
only answer is nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
And that's and yeah, obviously, because nobody really because mutually assured destruction is the thing and nobody actually wants that. And obviously like the idea of China going to war with the United States is a scary thing because they do both have nukes. And that was always why it was a scary thing during the Cold War with Russia as well. And that's like kind of the thing. And by the way, to like kind of like bring this up too, because that you said something to me in the Discord that kind of triggered me slightly about like how you felt like Russia did have like security guarantee or legitimate security concerns, or rather you felt that Russia felt that they did. And like my answer to that is that I just I don't. Russia has a big nuclear cock to protect themselves with. There's no way that like no one's invading Russia. That's not gonna happen. They've got nukes. You don't invade countries that have nukes. That's why Israel's not going anywhere.
but the problem is Russia, like once you get across the Dnieper River and around the Pripyat marshes, there is nothing to stop you from going into Moscow. There is no major geographic
Yeah,
barrier
there is.
to
Your
stop you.
nukes. Their nukes stop you. They've got nukes. Russia's got nukes. No one's gonna fuck with them. And if they stop fucking with their neighbors, then everyone would be chill. They have nukes. Like, I don't. I Are there any countries that have been invaded that have nukes? I don't think that there are historically.
But because they have nukes, this isn't a valid security concern.
No, I don't think that it's a valid. I don't think that them that no, I don't. I think it's an excuse because Putin wants his empire back. And if you look at the things that they say and the things that he has written about and the things that is in all of their propaganda and like their Russian media and everything, it's all about how they want to reclaim the Ruski Mir and like how Ukraine's not real and like they don't deserve to be a country and like they're illegitimate and they actually belong to Russia and they're actually Russians, like it is not, oh my god, NATO. Sometimes they say that, sure, but that's largely propaganda that they push for the West. And the only reason why
Well,
Putin doesn't
okay.
want his people or doesn't want those surrounding countries to join NATO is because then he can't fuck with them anymore.
Okay, so let's make a comparison. What are we
Okay.
doing in Venezuela right now? What are we doing in
Oh,
Venezuela right now, and
I
why are
think
we doing it?
that's I mean, I think that's stupid. I don't agree with what's happening in Venezuela. I think that's exceedingly dumb. And I think that a lot of it is
But
predicated on bullshit.
why are we doing it?
Because that Trump wants his base to think that he's doing something about drugs.
Okay, eliminate Trump from the picture.
Oh, you're trying to make it. Hold on. Actually, wait. There is one thing that you could say that could potentially work, and
I
I
mean,
only
you brought up the axis of chaos, right?
because Venezuela is friends with China and Russia, and because that and potentially China might use Venezuela to launch attacks if they ever go to war with America. Is that what you're gonna say? Because I did hear that the other day. That was a thing that was told to me by or the thing that was said on a stream that I watched by someone who is very anti-Russia and anti-China, and who mentioned that. Yeah, I know where you're going with this. You're gonna say that means that it would be
Well,
okay
yeah,
for.
I mean, the the axis of chaos, right? That Russia and China are pushing these stuff.
Yeah, or we could just say BRICS,
It's
but yes.
so does the US not have, and and let's bring Trump back into this for a second. Trump talking about invading the Panama Canal and taking back the Panama Canal and keeping China out of the Panama Canal. Do
Um,
we not have we have nukes, right? We have
yes.
nukes, right? So why should we be concerned about the Panama Canal and Panama making a deal with China to basically give China control of the Panama Canal?
So here's my issue
Do
with
we
all
not?
this. Yes,
But do we not
I
have valid security
yes, in some
concerns?
ways, yes, you could say those are valid security concerns. Although I think the answer to that question, or the hold
So
on,
by the same token, why doesn't Russia have valid security
because
concerns when it comes
Russia's
to Ukraine entering
because
NATO?
because Russia's security concerns involve taking away the self-determination of an entire country and fucking with them because they
But
want their empire
but
back.
doesn't
Because Russia has said that they want their empire back, and that's not really the reason why America would do any of that shit.
but
However, I still don't think that Russia should take or that America should take over the Panama Canal. Instead, they should talk to Panama and make some sort of security negotiation with them, or maybe just be like, "Hey, can we put a military base there?" Which, by the way, they could ask Greenland to do because I'm pretty sure Greenland is in NATO. Like, Greenland is an American
well, I
ally.
mean,
Just ask them.
we we invaded Greenland in 1942 and we haven't left.
Okay, so the U.S. still has military bases in Greenland. Yeah, just fucking ask
Yeah.
them, dude. You don't need to take them over and make them part of America. Like, they'll let you. They're your friends.
Well, how long is Denmark going to be our friend, especially if we leave NATO?
I mean, that's probably why you don't want to leave NATO. That's part of the reason why.
Well, that's I mean, and this is probably something that we should have bought, and that should have been our price for the Danish government for fighting World War II on their behalf. Like we should have just give us Greenland.
Yeah, but like, why? Why do you have this like transactional notion? Like, do you not think that do you think that America should be the world hegemon? Do you think the world is better off with America as the world hegemon? Because I do. I would rather have America as the world hegemon than
Yes.
China.
Yes,
That's
I
why
would
I'm
rather have the United States as the
yeah.
world hegemon.
Yeah, that's why I'm so mad about USAID and the giving up of all that soft power stuff, because I think it's better for America to be the ones doing that instead of China. And I think it's better for America being willing to help out or to do things. For example, like, you could argue that America didn't get anything from the NATO interventions in Yugoslavia, but it was still really good to do. And people in Kosovo love America now. Like, I'm sure you've heard that
Yeah, I
song that's
know.
been memed about because America saved them from like genocide. Like, don't you think that there is at least some level of goodness to that particular thing? I'm not saying that America needs to constantly be the world's policeman or whatever, and there are some instances where they're not necessarily going to be able to intervene. But I still think that, like, overall, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And I don't think that everything the United States does should be like some weird transactional shit where it's like, oh man, okay, we're not going to do anything because we don't get anything out of this. When, like, you could really arguably make that say, like, why did you do them, like, why bother with the goddamn the Marshall Plan? Like, why give a fuck whether or not Europe fell to communism? It's not like how does it affect you guys? You know? But like obviously it did. And I would argue that like if a bunch of countries in Europe fell to Russia, then it would also impact America. Because that Russia's not America's friend. As much as like Trump wants to think that Putin is his friend.
I don't think Trump thinks Putin is his friend.
Yes, he does. He thinks he has a good
Outside of all of Trump's bloviating, I don't think Trump thinks Putin is his friend.
I mean, he sure talks like it. I think Trump thinks Putin's awesome. Have you not heard him talk about how great he thinks Putin
I mean,
is?
that's because
it's because Trump's an authoritarian.
I mean,
and he wishes, or Trump wishes he
well,
could be
it's
like
not
Putin.
it's not that Trump is an authoritarian.
I mean,
that
he is, but that's
Putin knows how to
point.
play.
Yeah, it's because
Putin knows how
nice
to play
things
Trump
about him. That's why.
Yeah, and I mean, well, like look at Trump's meeting with Mondami, right?
Yeah, I know. Mamdani played him because
Like,
because Mamdani knows. Yeah, because it's not that hard.
As
to play
long
Trump.
as you say nice things about Donald Trump will say nice things about you and think you're a cool guy.
But that's not good. And by all accounts, it wasn't.
No, it's not. It's not good. I agree with you. That's not good, and that's why. That's why I sort of hate Trump sometimes, and it's like, I understand why he wants to end the war in Ukraine.
Yeah,
I don't think
for his ego.
I think he was kind of stupid to say that he's going to end it in 24 hours.
That was incredibly stupid.
Because we can't just let Russia take all of Ukraine. But at the same time, what are we going to do to stop it?
Help them. Or you know what? How about instead of that, like give them an actual real security guarantee. If you're going to force them to take a deal, then they need a security guarantee. You can't just say, oh yeah, you know what? Russia promises that they won't come back. No, you have to say we will put boots on the ground if Russia, and in order to, we are going to build military bases, and Europe is also going to help.
Yeah, and I would say that would be a role. That would be a role for Europe. And not the United States.
Wait, you don't think that America should have like 1 or 2 military bases in Ukraine? Like, what's wrong with doing that? Like, I feel like even just the presence of U.S. troops in Ukraine would deter Russia from attacking. I think that would be good enough, and also European troops as well.
Well, you would have to.
Troops,
you would have to. You would have to have a sizable force, large enough to be not expendable. And to actually have some oomph, some real military power that they can project. So, I mean we're talking probably a full core.
Alternatively, you could just give them some nukes, but I feel like Russia would cry and whine and complain. Like, Russia isn't going to accept any of that. You understand that, right? Like, any kind of security guarantee that is provided, they will not accept because they want all of it. And that's why they are waffling continuously on this whole thing. That's why they don't actually really want to stop. They just want to keep taking territory, even though their advance is incredibly slow.
I mean,
Ukraine took back territory recently.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, they did. They grabbed back Kramatorsk.
How long ago?
It was very recent. A few days ago, I think. And they encircled like Russian troops there too. Like, I feel like this is maybe something else too that kind of comes up. And I understand, like, maybe like to you this might be a feels-based argument, Although, like, honestly, I do think that historically, at least, there is some backing for this argument. When you're a country that cares very much about its own, or like you're a people who values your self determination incredibly, and you're fighting against an enemy, especially an enemy that has historically treated you like shit and denies your right to exist as a country, you have a lot more reason to fight than the invading army that doesn't even know what the fuck they're doing there, which is the case here. And it's the same thing. Like, arguably, like, this is also part of why the Soviets fought so hard when the Nazis invaded them. And they also had American equipment and like American money that they were able to leverage to do it once Stalin got his shit together, and like, or rather once the Red Army got their shit together after Stalin decimated them in the purges. Um and then they were actually able to fight back. And like, that war was incredibly brutal, and largely because that, like, these people were fighting back against the Nazis, who essentially wanted to annihilate them. And like, that's basically the same thing in Ukraine. Russia wants to annihilate the Ukrainians as a people and force them to become Russians. They want to ban their language. They want to take away like everything about them that makes them separate from Ukrainian, or like that. Yeah, and so they're saying we're not going to do this. They know what they're fighting for. They care a lot, and like they're going to make Russia bleed for every inch of land they take. And I think that this is meaningful, and I think this is why that if they get shit that they need, then they could win. Or at the very least, they could put Russia in a position that forces them to come to the negotiating table, and they would come to it, and Ukraine would be able to come to it from a position of strength rather than a position of weakness. And like, right now, Putin wants the war to continue because he thinks that he can eventually like whittle Ukraine. And you know what? Maybe he can potentially. Like, obviously, Ukraine's not going to be able to win if they don't have anything with which to fight Russia. But like, they'll still keep fighting. I bet they'll be doing fucking terrorist attacks if Russia manages to take over their country. They'll be doing like guerrilla warfare insurgency shit. That's how much they don't want to get conquered by Russia. And I think that that matters.
Sorry, I'm looking up the deep state map.
Oh, you trying to find Kramatorsk?
No, I've found it. I mean, it's 30 kilometers from the front line.
Yeah.
If this is a right.
But that's a city that
I mean, I see a little.
Russia had that, and Ukraine, like, maybe things have changed now, but like a few days ago, they took it. Like, they encircled Russian troops there. There have been other instances where they have done that as well too.
Well, according to this map, they've never had Kramatorsk.
What?
And
Oh,
this
the
is
Russians?
a deep state.
I mean, did you?
Yeah, this is.
Did you look back in the timeline? Okay, I don't know if Russia had the entire city, but Ukrainians. It looks like the Ukrainians pushed them back and encircled troops.
I mean, I know
in there.
God, I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, I can't say Pokrovsk either. Yeah, that one took a long time to fall, by the way. It took Russia forever to take that. Like, every city that they've taken, it's taken them forever.
Well, they're not, and they don't have the Wagner forces anymore. I mean, these are pretty much all
old men,
regular Russian forces.
Yeah, they're all old men too. Okay, I shouldn't say that. That's not fair. Not old, but I mean, the average fighting age of like on both sides is like 40 to 50 years old now.
Well, I mean, that's and Ukraine is doing the same thing too.
Yeah,
I mean, they aren't drafting.
I know they are. Yeah, they are. They haven't drafted their I believe, I think it might be 25. It was like the youngest that they could draft. They haven't like really, but like, also there's no reason, or like, they don't want to. And the issue is that like, Ukrainians need more equipment, and they need more shit, and there's like an ammunition shortage too, which is another problem. They don't have enough ammo. The Russians don't either, I don't think, but they're getting ammo from North Korea. Whereas like the Ukrainians, they should be getting ammo from somewhere. I mean, hell, even that's just something. Why can't the United States have like a factory that produces ammunition for Ukraine? It would create some jobs. What would be wrong with that?
That's because of our environmental laws.
Okay, I don't know if that's true, but since when did Trump give a shit about that? Also, that they did have factories that were making Ukrainian shells when Biden was president. I don't know what happened to those factories or if they're still around or still doing
Well,
their thing.
the problem is that we've closed down a lot of these factories,
Yeah, well, you could reopen them.
and
God
it
damn
takes a
it! I want to see that World War II
well,
shit.
and
Come
then
on.
well, and then you got stupid people in the government of New York wanting to shut down an ammunition factory in New York that makes bullets in 5.56 NATO because like the US Army will contract with these ammunition producers and they say, "Okay, we're going to give you a whole shit ton of money and we're going to buy, you know, 1,000,000 rounds of ammunition from you this year. And whatever you make more than the million rounds of ammunition we're going to buy from you, you can sell that on the civilian market." And New York, because oh my God, AR-15s are chambered in 5.56 NATO, we can't have that. So now we must close down this factory because we don't like guns.
Yeah, I understand you're saying like a bunch. So it sounds like you don't actually disagree with this, but you're just like putting up a bunch of things that are roadblocks. Like, just do it in a different
I mean,
state then. Like,
I'm not against giving Ukraine defensive weapons.
okay,
But when you talk about putting American troops on the ground or NATO troops on the ground,
then that's
I'm
what you're
sorry, but if you're
against.
going to put NATO troops on the ground, it's going to be American troops.
Okay, hold
And we
on.
just don't have a national interest in defending Ukraine.
Okay, hold on a sec. So here's the thing. Ukraine doesn't. I don't think that throughout this entire war, Ukraine has not said, "Oh my God, America, please put U.S. troops on the ground. Come help us." They have said, "Give us
They
shit so
have
we can defend
multiple times.
ourselves."
They have multiple
They asked for a
times.
no-fly zone.
Yeah, and that's just as crazy.
Yeah, but America didn't do it, did
You what?
they?
Yeah, and you know why?
I know
Because
why they didn't do it. I'm
okay,
aware because you don't want Russia and because you don't want US planes shooting at Russian planes. I know. I'm aware of that.
well, and like, do you remember? Well, I don't know how old you are,
I'm like
but there
41.
was an F-16 that was shot down over Yugoslavia or over Bosnia in like '95,
Yeah, that would have
maybe
been during the
'96.
breakup of Yugoslavia, right? During the
Yeah,
Bosnian War, I think, or the Kosovo War.
yeah,
Actually,
and
it must have been the Kosovo
so
War
let's.
because I would have fucking remembered learning about that because I'm learning. I've been learning about Yugoslavia, but I haven't gotten to the Kosovo War yet.
But I mean, let's. Okay, so there's an American pilot enforcing this no-fly zone in Ukraine,
Yeah, you don't have to
and
explain. I know what would happen. It wouldn't be good if they were shooting at each other. I
well,
know.
and here's the thing, it doesn't even have to be like, "Oh my God," like that plane was shot down by a, Serbian militia unit.
Yeah.
But, like, even if, "Oh my God, I've hit a bird," "I've sucked up a bird into my F-16 and I need to punch out." And now, where are you gonna land? "Well, we landed behind Russian lines."
Yeah, I
Well,
know.
do we want the Russians to come and pick them up?
No, of
It's
course
like, so
not.
now you're sending but yeah, now you're sending in a platoon of US Marines or Army Rangers to go and pick
Yeah,
this guy up.
I understand that, but the thing is that there has been no reasonable push except for maybe from like crazy people within the United States itself
Yeah,
to send
and
American troops to
and I'm s
Ukraine, but nobody has talked about that seriously. So what's wrong with just giving them shit to defend themselves? Everybody who is opposed to that are constantly going on about how like, "Oh my God, I don't want our boys to fight and die in Ukraine," but nobody has seriously suggested that. Nobody
Yeah,
has
and
said
I
that.
and if we're talking about, giving Ukrainians Javelin missiles
Yes.
and small arms and artillery pieces and HIMARS,
Yes.
that's fine. But if you're talking about, let's give the Ukrainians a nuclear capable Tomahawk cruise missile.
I mean, hey man, it was Trump who suggested that, okay? Nobody said anything
Yeah,
about that
and that's
until Trump
stupid.
said that.
Well, and that's stupid because number one, the Ukrainians don't have a way to launch it.
Yeah, I think instead, I honestly, rather than doing that, Trump should have said, "Hey, we'll give you guys more Patriot air defense because they need it." And I
Yeah,
think they probably want that
yeah, and
more.
that's we'll give them Patriot air defense, and we'll be even like, hey, you know, what's this info on the sweet drones that you guys are using and that the Russians are
Yeah,
using?
by the way,
Give us
Ukraine is
this info.
already giving that info as far as I'm aware. Like that's
Yeah,
like
and
there's
that's
been
that's
tons of intel
fine.
sharing. That is one thing America gets out of it. There's been a whole bunch of shit with related to that. NATO is getting so much stuff. And like that
But the
yeah.
the the longer this war goes on, the longer it distracts us from our true national defense threat.
Okay, but if America is just providing weapons to Ukraine, then can like you really think that you cannot do that and also like look to China? And like I said again, really with regards to China, I still think that the main strategy there, while obviously getting ready, is deterrence rather than like actually wanting to fight a war with them. And I mean, like the thing is that a part of me is still like very disbelieving of the notion that China is actually going to invade Taiwan because that if they do, that would be insane. That would be so bad for them and their economy and their business, and the world would come down on them. So like why would they do that? It would just be so bad
I
for everything that
I
they want. I know why they want to, but it would be a stupid thing to do.
well, I don't think the world would come down too harshly on them.
You really you don't think that that there wouldn't be like sanctions that would be potentially, I mean, like not UN sanctions, but you don't think other countries might not be willing to, like I think the US certainly would at the very least, or maybe China thinks that they are
Yeah, the
protected from
US,
the fact that
yeah, we
everyone
would.
relies on them.
We would, the Japanese would. I'm not so sure about the South Koreans. The Philippines would probably go along with us. Maybe Vietnam. I mean, I would be
I don't think
more
Vietnam's
confident in Vietnam siding with
Yeah,
us
I don't
than
think
South
Vietnam's
Korea right
super
now.
friendly with China, but
Well, and they've got history.
yeah, I know they do. It's just funny because they're both
I mean,
communist countries, but yes, yeah, I know they've got history. Yeah. Vietnam wants to be
and
its own thing.
they don't like what the Chinese are doing in the South China Sea either right now. But as for Europe, I don't think they'd give a shit.
I mean, I don't. It
I real
depends on how much they how yeah, okay, maybe they wouldn't, but like you think that like I believe that China is America's largest trading partner, right? And it would hurt China a lot if America said "fuck you, China" and like cut them off. Like I just that's what I mean. Like it would just be so bad for business if they did it. It would be very stupid. And like over what? So that they can have Taiwan back? It's just dumb. Like it would be a stupid thing to do.
well,
I
it's
feel like it
computer.
would fuck them over. Yeah,
It's
I know.
it's a computer
It's
chip.
yeah, but that's not I don't know that
It's
that's
I
the
mean
only
it's
reason why that they want to do it. It's because I think Taiwan is theirs. There's like ideological shit behind it. It's not just like the greed stuff over the computer chip thing. Um it's because they think Taiwan belongs to them. And like that they've been saying that for a while. They wanted it back since they basically lost it. But yeah, I understand. Sure, yeah, it's the computer chip. Yeah, I know. They want they would like that technology. But still, is it
well,
really worth it?
it's
I don't
something that
know.
they're having trouble replicating themselves,
Yeah, but like
and that's
really,
that's why they want it.
they could probably find a better they could find a way to steal it without invading Taiwan. Also, if they
Well,
did
I
that,
mean
they'd
that's
probably
I don't
they'd
disagree with that.
do you think like I'm pretty sure that in the course of invading Taiwan, all the factories that Taiwan uses to build those computer chips would probably get destroyed, and then they'd be fucked. So yeah.
I mean, I would hope they would have like a scorched earth policy
Oh yeah, Taiwan probably
and just
would. I imagine Taiwan's strategy is probably going to be to make it not worth it for China to like invade them or
well,
to
I mean, and
continue to fight them.
that's like okay, if you take it, if why is Russia invading Ukraine? It's because they want to remain the dominant energy provider on the continent, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's one reason. I mean, they could still continue to do that. A lot of this stuff is really fucking stupid. Like, if Russia just chilled, they could probably
Well,
come into the
and
21st
this is
century
in
and join the West instead of like being. But they don't want to because that would
well,
involve.
war. Well, the problem is that war isn't a rational business.
Yeah, I know it's not. Um, and also but they don't want to either because that like if Russia isn't getting into the EU without dealing with their corruption, and there's no way Putin's going to do that because he makes a lot of money from Russia being corrupt, and so do all his friends. And so why would he do that? And he also likes, yeah, like that's just it's because yeah, these people, because I don't think Putin doesn't care about like Russia as like how can I make Russia better realistically. He cares about like how can I make Russia better as I want Russia to be, which is the way it used to
I
be a long ass time
disagree.
ago.
I
What you think
disagree. I
you think
think
he cares about his country in like a real or like a way that's not like I'm probably not explaining it particularly well, but oh,
uh,
I'm gonna let the cat out.
I think he
Go ahead.
cares. I think he cares about Russia. I don't think he's some like, oh, I'm just throwing more Russian meat into the meat grinder. I mean, if he were doing that, the Russian casualties would be a lot higher than they already are.
Sorry, hold on. I walked away for a sec so I could feed the
Yeah,
cat.
that's fine.
Um, Also, the Russian casualties are
This
really high. I'm pretty sure they're at like 2 million. Like every time they take, I think that's Ukraine's strategy, by the way. It's to make it not worth it.
uh I mean, I don't think they're as high as Ukraine is claiming. I don't
It's
think
not.
they're as low as Russia is
It's. I
claiming.
don't think that it's just Ukraine that's claiming that though. There are third parties that are saying that it's probably around 1 million that troops that Russia has lost.
Well, I mean,
Obviously,
and
let's
there
not
are
believe Ukraine's numbers. Of course, they're going to inflate them.
yeah, and you shouldn't believe Ukraine's numbers. You shouldn't believe the Russians number. I mean, there are better ways to track it. Like you can track like obituaries and things like that. I would also say that you probably couldn't track it by the salaries that they're paying their soldiers because the Russian army has. I mean, that was one of the problems at the beginning of the invasion is that,
They're not paying
you
their
know, you find
soldiers.
out that, yeah, well, no, the commanders have been saying, yeah, I'm at full strength. I have 200 soldiers. And you find out it's like, oh, they only have 50 soldiers and the commander is taking the salary of the other 150 soldiers that he claims to have
Yeah,
on his
there's
books.
yeah, I mean there was I know there's also a bunch of other issues too with regards to the auditing of
I mean,
military
I would
equipment because Russia was like they I believe the story was that Russia had this thing where they would always report back that hey yeah the our military stores have this amount of equipment, but it didn't actually, and they were lying because they had sold that equipment or like it had
yeah,
been used.
yeah.
Yeah, like that was a thing that happened
And I
too.
mean And if we're being fair, Ukraine had that same problem
Oh yeah,
too.
I know. I'm not saying that Ukraine doesn't have like corruption or whatever they do. Although Russia has like way more corruption. Ukraine has been trying to clean up their corruption because they want to be part of the EU. They want to join the West, and that is why they want to be friends with. So like they're making like an actual effort to fix that shit. But Russia doesn't care about that, and they're not going to try to do that. But yes, I know Ukraine still has problems with corruption. I'm aware. But at least they're trying to fix it. Even if like they're not trying hard enough, at
Uh,
least they're fucking trying to.
uh, yeah, I don't think they're trying to fix it all as much as you think it is. I mean, the our Pentagon, the Pentagon, still believes that the amount of aid we send to Ukraine that gets lost is about 30%. And
Yeah,
it is crazy when you start seeing like cartels in Mexico show up with rocket
okay, no,
launchers.
that's not true. That was not true. That was not a real thing that happened.
I mean,
No,
I've
it
seen video
was.
evidence that suggests
Yeah,
otherwise.
I know, but like that was not that was not the case. It was that's not where that stuff came from. That is not true. That is not where that I believe I agree. I believe you that like yes, there's probably some amount of aid that has been lost due to corruption because of like the same kind of shit with as like what I just said about Russia. But no, that whole weird outlandish story about like they found javelin launchers or whatever in like in Mexico.
Yeah, that wasn't
That's
real.
not true.
It was like the stuff that I saw is mainly it's M16s and 249s and 240s and AT4s. They weren't javelins.
I
I
thought that
mean,
it. I
and
mean,
if
there was one that was talked about a whole bunch in American media. It was like spread around right wing. It was like this weird. It was basically a conspiracy thing. I think that it got repeated by certain Republican politicians. Wasn't true. I think that it was. This was mentioned during the Republican primary debates. Was I think was when this was a thing that was talked about. Um,
but no, it's what I saw is mostly it was mostly small arms.
Okay, well, that's a
And
different story, and
quite
maybe that's
frankly,
true. I don't know. Although at the same time, like, wait, so you saw video evidence of this? You mean that you saw Mexican cartels with American guns? Because they could have gotten those from any other place. It doesn't mean it came from
well,
Ukraine.
yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult. It's like I know they're not marching across the border and buying it at frickin' Bass Pro because these rifles had property of U.S. government.
Yeah, I know, but I
You know,
mean, you don't know how. Like
they're
they
saying they got them from Ukraine. I mean, and that's as far as it's like, okay, they're saying they're getting it from Ukraine. Like, are they really? I don't know. It was like, okay, I'll take it at their word. I know the Ukrainians are, at least back
Mex.
then, were not as, but I know, like, as for javelins, I know that one was pretty much bullshit
The yes,
because
the drug
we keep a
cartels are quite trustworthy. We should believe them. I listen. I don't know. Okay, like I'd have to look into that further. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, it might be, it might not be, but it's like I don't even know if that video is like maybe that video is not even real. Who the hell knows? Like there's so much random stuff that's very hard to believe. But yeah, I would like I said, I'd have to
well, it
look
was
into it, but even
this one was a
so,
couple years
it's
ago, so AI video wasn't as good. Like I saw one today that was, the Venezuelan Navy is starting to escort oil tankers, and it's like here's the Venezuelan Navy and it's Arleigh Burke and the USS Ford, and it's like I'm pretty sure that Venezuelans don't have an aircraft carrier in their navy.
yeah.
But yeah, I
Um,
mean there's and like all of those videos of there's like here's a Chinese sixth generation fighter. It's like but yeah, I mean that's and if you want to talk about, get back to the original prompt that we've
well, before we
definitely
do
lost
that,
the sauce
hold
on.
on. I just want to I just want to like draw us back to the whole thing. So with regards to Ukraine, it sounds like then that your main disagreement here is that you just don't want the United States to have troops on the ground in Ukraine. And I don't even necessarily disagree with that. Like, yeah, they no, I don't particularly want that. But like the Ukrainians don't, like, sure, if the US did that, they wouldn't say no, but that's not even really what they need. What they need is they need equipment.
No,
And
and well, like I think
if you're not
the
against that, then
ultimate
we probably don't really
solution
disagree that much.
the the ultimate solution to Ukraine, I think, is like having some sort of like Article 5 protection with European powers and not necessarily the United States.
I mean, I don't know why it can't be both. Like the idea is that it's
Maybe
basically meant to be
maybe like,
it's a
if we're
deterrent.
gonna take a block, like pretty much like the Poles, the Czechs, the Hungarians, although the Hungarians under Orban are definitely not gonna go for that.
Because
They
Orban
would
is pro
more likely
Russia.
take leave. They're gonna rename Leave Lvov again.
Honestly, I think that listen, I'm at a point now where I'm starting to think that maybe if it were possible to do so, Hungary should be kicked out of the EU because of their democratic backsliding is insane. And it's ridiculous. Like, I don't even know if they're still a real democracy. Like, if Orban keeps winning elections, and apparently they've got lots of issues with corruption too. And, like, there are problems there where you're not supposed to really, like, in order to get into the EU, your shit needs to not be corrupt or, like, not be, like, super
Well,
insanely
and this
corrupt.
is
And I know there are problems with other
and
European countries. Oh
well,
my
like this is
god.
one of the
It works. Somebody
one of the
subscribed. Anyway, sorry, go on. Sorry.
is well, no, this I see this question. Should the EU help when China starts the war with the US? I would hope that they would. I don't think they would. I think they would stay out of that. They ain't gonna be touching that with a 10-foot pole.
I mean, yeah, honestly, I don't actually know how dependent the EU is on China for products in comparison to America. I know they're dependent on Russian oil, and
And
that's a huge problem. Although maybe not as much anymore, but they were.
well, and I mean they have stupid policies like Germany getting rid of all their nuclear reactors.
True, agreed. Nuclear power is
Mhm.
based and awesome, and we should do more of it.
Yeah, we should. And I don't know, have you heard about this MIT scientist that got I want to say it was the same day as the Brown University shooting?
Oh yeah, I think I heard something about that, yes. Um
Yeah, the guy who was one of our top scientists on fusion power and directed energy weapons.
hmm.
That's that's nice to know.
Yeah. Um Anyway, like, sorry, you wanted to go back to the original prompt, but I just want to say that I do not think, like, if you're okay with the United States sending aid to Ukraine and you support them doing that, like military, like defensive aid, then I don't think we necessarily disagree all that much. It's just that it sounded like you were like basically okay
Well,
with pushing to end the war or whatever, or like even if like, and like, fuck the consequences in the way that Trump is right now, which I don't really think is good. Like, I think as long as Ukrainians want to fight, I think they should be able to fight, and we should empower them to do so, or rather we should help them, and not just America, Canada
I
too,
mean,
we're
to
helping them, and Europe as well, and it's fine for Trump to push Europe to
well,
send more aid.
I think it's time for Trump to push Europe to seek a deal. They
Yeah, but
I
but
mean, they've already
why? Like, I
because we need this is about setting the stage for the coming war with
okay.
China.
So you don't actually agree then? You don't think that America should be sending more aid to Ukraine? You just want the war to be over and damn the consequences? Is that your position? Because
I mean, I want the war to be over.
Yeah, I
I
want the
don't
war to be
necessarily
over
think that.
too, but I don't want Russia to
I mean,
win and get everything they want.
we don't want to we don't want to pull the rug out. So, like, you don't want to pull the rug out so they don't just like take over their whole. Because I would say, like, in a theoretical world where, say, let's Russia starts crossing the Dnieper, and it's like 1944, and Russia's crossing the Dnieper again. You would probably see Poland, Hungary, and Romania carve up the rest of Ukraine.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
I don't want any of
Like,
that kind of shit to happen. And the problem is that I don't want Russia to be able to like basically I don't want to give Russia a deal that allows them to basically do what they did in Chechnya and come back again in 5 to 10 years to finish the job. Which is
well,
straight
and
out
that's
of
why I
their
say,
playbook. That's what they want. Or well, they
well,
don't want it
that's
yet, but
why
they'll take that if they can get it later on maybe.
I say it's like any rump state of Ukraine that's left is probably going to join NATO. I don't like it. I don't think we should. But if we're just like, say, set up an Article 5 deal where like the United States doesn't have to commit troops, and the United States doesn't necessarily have to go to war, like, like if they invade Latvia, if they invade the Baltic states, if they invade Finland now, since Finland's in NATO, like we're obligated to go to war to prevent that. Like, if we could get some sort of a deal where it's Europe, it's Russia does that in 5 years. We have this deal, and Russia does that in 5 years, and now there's 300,000 European troops other than the Ukrainians. Like, that's perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, I get it. You don't want America to be involved, even though, like, I would argue that again,
But I mean,
Europe
yeah,
being
this is
unstable and it being okay for like countries like Russia to invade their neighbors in Europe is not good overall for the world or for Europe. And I think that it would be better, like, I it is, I think, actually in America's interest to have strong partners around the world that are also democratic, like liberal democratic states. And I think that it would be better if that like were the case. I mean, there's a reason why America said no, we don't want all of Europe to fall to communism. And I don't think that that like America should be okay with Europe
oh,
like falling to Russia or with European countries being okay with invading each other. I don't think that that would be good overall for the world. And like I just don't. But it seems like you have a different view. Like we live in like a global world, and countries, and like Europe in particular, like being like a safe and prosperous place is not bad for the United States. In fact, I would argue that it would be
yeah,
good for the United States.
yeah,
And
Europe being a safe and prosperous place is not bad for the United States and not bad for the world. My problem is that the Europeans don't seem to want. I mean, they're willing to fight this war to the last Ukrainian and the last American.
I don't think they've
They
ever
aren't
said
willing
to the
to
last
put
American.
themselves. I, I do. Having dealt with NATO troops before in forward areas,
Yes, I understand that
I
NATO
do.
largely means the United States. I get that because America is the big dog in the world when it comes to military stuff. But at the same time, I would then ask you, is that really like such a bad thing? It feels like you just don't want, like, it's like on the one hand, you're like, oh my God, we have to be prepared for the coming war with China. But then you're also like, you know what? Fuck it. America can't do all these things. Like, I just like, I don't know. It feels like you're kind of down on your country there, dude. Like you think like I think the United States is I think more than capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time.
I'm not as I'm not as hopeful in the next war, because as it stands right now, especially with our fractured politics, it is. it would be hard. Like if the war starts tonight, China invades Taiwan tonight, you'd have half the United States and half the state governments not wanting to go along with Donald Trump.
Okay. Honestly, I don't know if that's necessarily entirely true. Like I know that like you don't have a good view of Democrats but it would depend on which Democrats you're talking about. There's lots of
Well, I
Democrats
mean,
that
I
would
don't.
be okay or
Well,
that want to defend
and
Taiwan. Okay, is not
and to
Democratic
be
Party
fair,
is not the far left. Those people are a minority. They also don't vote, have much power.
well, there are the far left is the future of the Democratic Party.
I disagree wholeheartedly. I do not think that is the case, and that does not seem to bear
Well,
out
it's
in
it's
any kind of data.
it's
Um,
definitely where the energy lies.
if you're talking about Mamdani, that is one place. Like you can't just look at New York and say, "Oh man, this applies to every other part of the country." Right now, the
Well, yeah, and
Democrats.
I mean the mayor of New York City, on the grand scheme of things, doesn't. But like, I wouldn't be surprised if AOC tries to run for president. I think she would probably win.
It is possible that
Probably win the Democratic primary.
is maybe I don't know though. I mean, we would have to see. And also, if she did that, she would have to pivot like much more to the center because otherwise she wouldn't win the
Well, I mean,
election.
and I would put AOC more on the LARPer of the far left,
I feel like saying that
especially if you look.
I feel like saying that's a little bit insulting towards her. I think it's more to say instead of calling her a LARPer of the far left, I would say that she is a pragmatic politician who initially, when she came in, she was much less compromising, and now she has grown up a lot, and she is clearly more willing to compromise and to play the game, and she understands that it is necessary to do that. Um, and I think that's fine and good. However, I don't know if she like. I don't want her to do it yet. She doesn't have enough experience. She's like in her 20s, I think, in her 30s now.
Well, I'm
She should
and
try running for Senate first or governor or something.
well, I mean, she if she would run in, because Schumer's up in 2028, she would probably win that seat.
Yeah, then she should do that. She needs more experience. I don't think she should just run for
But
president.
I'm not. There's there is nothing in the world. There's like no college class that you could take to become president of the United
Yeah,
States,
I know,
right?
but it's typically a
There's
good
nothing.
idea to have lots of or more political experience than just like a few terms in Congress, you know? Like you probably want to like be in the Senate or like to have executive experience. In fact, I would argue that one of Obama's weaknesses is the fact that he didn't have a lot of experience, and it meant that it was harder for him to do things like wheel
I
and
mean,
deal.
I wouldn't say that's Obama's weakness. I don't necessarily think, like, if you take a person like Trump's background, like, so you come up in business, you run a whole bunch of businesses.
And you bankrupt a lot of them.
Well, I mean,
I mean, he did.
let's let's just take his like baseline experience of just running a whole bunch of businesses. It's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, nobody's gonna come in with frickin' Eisenhower's. Like, I ran a global war for 4 years.
Wait, do you
Like,
hold
nobody's.
on? Do you want AOC to run for president? Like, do you or do you want her to run for president because you think she'll lose because you don't want her to win?
Well, I would hope that she would lose.
Okay. I mean,
I would.
I don't know that she would win, honestly, because like unfortunately, as much as people like to pretend otherwise, the base of the Democratic Party is not far left. That's why Bernie didn't win the primaries. That's why he lost twice. He
Well,
couldn't win over the black voters, and I don't know that AOC would be able to either. That's
yeah,
why
I would agree with that.
I
If
don't think
well,
that.
and
Yeah,
it also depends on who she's running against.
yeah, that's true. It
If she's
does.
running if she's running against a Trump-like character, I think she
What do
loses.
you mean a Trump-like character? How about you?
Like,
How about we say an Obama-like character? Because I would argue that Obama was like he's still really popular, and if the Democratic Party could get like a
well
figure, someone like that again, that would be good. They need a good
well, I would say
charismatic
that
leader.
I would say than Trump is more like Obama than any other Republican candidate before.
I mean, yeah, kind of, because typically Republicans aren't running on like, I
And
guess tearing
if
apart the whole
AOC is
system and yeah.
running if AOC is running against somebody like Trump, or okay, hypothetical matchup in 2028, you have AOC against JD Vance. So long as the wheels just don't absolutely fall off, I think JD Vance would probably win. I think it would be closer than, the 2024 election.
If it was in
But if like
2028, I am doubtful. I'm much more doubtful of that because historically speaking, like because of how badly Trump is doing and how much people don't like him, I think that unless the Democrats massively fuck up, it's a pretty like I think
well,
it's pretty
that's
likely
why I
that they're
say
gonna
like,
win.
well, I mean, if the Democrats aren't careful, they're going to get themselves into a JD Vance presidency
Yeah, it's very possible
because I
that they
could
will, and that's why I don't want them to run a far left candidate like AOC. But like I said, as we've already explained, I'm doubtful of
but
her
like
ability to win the primary.
if it's AOC against like Ted Cruz or a Ted Cruz like character, AOC wins that election all day.
Yeah,
Like you
potentially.
don't even I
My
not
problem,
potentially.
no, my
Like
problem is that AOC's the biggest blemish against AOC's record is the fact that out of her mouth she spoke the words, "I am a democratic socialist." She called herself
yeah,
the
well, I mean,
scary S
they're gonna
word,
beat
and that they're
but
gonna
I
play
mean,
that
I don't and this
constantly.
is well, and this is like a problem that the Republicans have had, like when Obama was president, everything that he did was socialist. So I mean, it's turned into like I say, Donald Trump is what you get when you spend, 30 years calling every Republican candidate racist. So,
Kind
I
of,
mean,
yeah.
finally
Yeah, but
you're just gonna
that's not
nominate the
the
person that doesn't care,
that's not
and it becomes like the boy who cried wolf thing,
yeah. By the
It's
way, do you think that that's the
it's
only
like I've heard this
that's
before, and you called Mitt Romney racist, and Mitt Romney is the most milk toast of milk toast that you could get. I mean,
I
never mind the
that's
whole
not
crazy Mormon thing.
I hope you don't think that that's the reason why Trump like won the presidency because or that like that was the like I don't think that
No,
that's
it's not
why
the reason why Trump won.
or rather why he won the
It's not the reason
nomination.
why
I don't
Trump won,
think
it's the
that's where it
reason why
came
he
from.
won the nomination.
I disagree. I don't think that that's why. Like, I don't think that it's
Well,
because
I mean,
people called Republicans racist and Trump just said fuck political correctness. I don't think that that's it. I think it's because that like Trump appealed. I think well, first of all, it's because that Barack Obama getting elected broke everybody. Like he broke Republicans' brains, and you got like the Tea Party. Like people just lost their minds. The amount of like ridiculousness over the fact that like anything that he did like. Do you remember Fox News? Like they're them soying out over the fact that he wore a tan suit. It was just insane the amount of craziness that they how much they hated him and like the stupid stuff Rush Limbaugh said about him and like the weird standard that they held him to about how he was gonna be like the uniter or whatever like all these weird things that basically that people came up with regards to him and like how they viewed him and stuff. I don't think that that particularly helped, and I also don't think that it helped either that unfortunately basically since the probably like so post civil rights the Republicans thought it was a good idea to appeal to people who were racist like with the southern strategy and shit like that and those and like those people kind of just And it's not even entirely the Republicans' fault. It's also like our fault overall as a society, because rather than like teaching people about like why racism is bad and how to deal with it or whatever, we instead just taught everybody to be ashamed of it. And as a result, people who were actually racist, they just learned to shut up about it or use code words or like hide the fact that they were racist in the closet rather than like actually being confronted about it. Like there was not an honest conversation about why these things are bad. And that's also why you end up with people going down pipelines and getting radicalized into thinking, well, maybe Hitler wasn't that bad, because because there wasn't enough education and critical thinking being taught about why these things are bad. It was just these things are bad, and if you dare to challenge us on that, then you're bad, and we're going to cancel you. And that's not a good way to deal with that, or at least that's what I think about it anyway. Oh,
No,
what?
I'm no, I'm trying to process. I Barack Obama's problem. Here, do you want me to tell you the worst thing I think Barack Obama ever did?
Well, this will be interesting. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so it's the summer of 2016, and it's like they had some NATO summit. The NATO summit was in Turkey that year. And I had just gotten my deployment orders for, they're going to send me into Iraq and eventually Syria. But I had just gotten the paper orders in my hand. And I'm in the army at this point. I'm pretty interested in what the president of the United States has to say. And he's given this press conference and he gets asked the question about, you're sending troops into Syria, and what's your vision of America winning? And he said, I don't have a vision of America winning in Syria. That's the worst thing I think Barack Obama ever did. Now, I will say that, like, Obama's problem was that he was very good at playing Mark Antony. Like, I don't know if you heard me or anything, but yeah, you got earbuds in, don't you? But yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
he's
I I
ordering me to go
do.
to
Yeah,
Syria.
I can hear you. It's just that when I walk away from the computer, you mic is at the computer. I probably sound very far away.
Yeah. But like you understand why I could think that's the worst thing he did, right?
I mean, yeah, I do. Although, like, I feel like you've got a bit of a double standard here. Um, because there are numerous things that I can think of. Like, did it bother you when Donald Trump said during the Republican primary that where he basically called for committing war crimes when he said you have to take out their families when he was talking about terrorists? Did that bother you? Did it bother you when he threatened to bomb cultural sites in Iran when he was president in his first term? Did it bother you when he like um when he bombed that airport? And I'm not saying I necessarily disagree with this, in Syria. Did it bother you when he dropped the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan? Did it bother you when he set up an absolutely garbage pullout plan for Afghanistan, where he basically negotiated the end of that without the Afghan army, and essentially like made it so that the Taliban would be able to take over? And then he kicked the can down the road so that Biden would get blamed for it because he didn't want to do it on his watch because he was too much of a coward to pull out of Afghanistan. Like, did any of that? I'm just curious. Did any of that stuff bother you?
Well, why do you think I didn't re-enlist in the army?
Okay, did you vote for Trump
I
in
got out.
2016 though?
No, I didn't vote for Trump in 2016.
Okay, then did you vote for him in
I didn't
2024?
vote for Trump in 2020 either.
Okay, what about in 2024? Did you vote for him then?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
voted for Trump in 2024.
okay, I'm genuinely curious about that. You said you wanted to talk about democracy. How could you vote for Trump in 2024 after January 6th?
Because the current Democratic leadership, at least in 2020 or 2024, was the bigger threat to democracy.
How? How could they possibly be the bigger threat
Kamala
to
Harris
democracy?
Kamala Harris is the fascist that you should
No, she how?
Kamala
How
Harris
could
is the
you
fascist that you should fear.
No, she's not. What are you talking about? Do you know what fascism means? That is not true. She is not.
Well,
Donald
okay,
Trump tried to steal an
what do you
election.
think fascism means?
Okay,
What do you think
fascism. I know what fascism means. It's just annoying to explain because it's not a simple explanation. Okay, I like to explain
No,
fascism.
what
I like to
I mean,
I like to
I would
explain.
think, coming up with policies that are the wet dream of Giovanni Gentile and Oswald Mosley and people like that.
Okay, name
I
which policy?
oh, the government takeover of corporations, the censorship,
What do you the
the
government? Hold
how
on.
about this? How about Kamala Harris going before the Supreme Court in California arguing that she could keep people in prison past their prison terms so that California could have a cheap supply of firefighters to fight the wildfires. Like that's like one of like Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris have been the most fascist candidates ever to run, maybe besides Woodrow Wilson. Maybe besides Woodrow Wilson.
Hold on.
And if you want to know why Kamala ultimately lost, one of the things I like to say is that she had all the charm of Hillary Clinton and none of the intelligence.
I think
Hillary Clinton,
she lost because of inflation and because that people thought that she was going to be exactly the same
which
as Biden, and she didn't
there's
do much to dissuade them from that notion. She lost because of the economy.
well, and there's yeah, that's fair. That's some of it. And you can't just out she knew something was up with Biden. And that's the question that nobody ever asked her is what did you know about Joe Biden's health and when did you know it?
I'm sorry, but I think that this shit about Joe Biden's health is ridiculous, and I think that people complaining about it have no right to complain about it if they don't think that if they're not at all bothered by the fact that they are clearly not being honest with us about Trump's health. Like I just think that it's such a silly thing to complain about. Or like this notion that he was
Y-
completely out of it, like by the end. Like if you want to say that, listen, I agree, Biden should have dropped out and they should have had a primary. He should not have run for a second term. He should not have announced that he was running for a second term. And his ego got away from him, and that was not good. And I think he probably fucked the Democrats over in that. But unless like they elected
yeah,
a
I mean
candidate
it's
who was willing to like basically say, I'm going to do something different, or I understand why Biden failed you in this, and this way, and I'm not going to be just like Biden when it comes to the economy or certain other things, then like they were going to lose. Like it didn't matter because the people, like Americans have short memories. But the thing that bothers me is like you just named a bunch of stuff, and I'm sorry, but to me none of that compares to
well, why
sending
don't
the
you look up
National
who
Guard into
won
cities and
of
ice and trying to steal an election and targeting people based on their ethnicity and like this us versus them shit and like all this conspiracism crap and like the whole I'm the only one who can fix it and having basically a cult of personality around him. Like MAGA people think Trump can do no wrong. That it's so fascistic. MAGA
I mean,
is
I would agree that there are some people that are like that. I'm not one of those.
I'm not saying that you are, but I'm saying that like there are people like a lot of people in MAGA and the MAGA media Right, like,
Well, I mean,
did you
there.
see how Charlie Kirk reacted to like the whole thing with Iran? How like initially he was unsure about it, and then he was like, "We need to trust the president, guy." Like, come on, dude. Let's just
Well, I mean, and I would say that would be like I didn't see that, so like if what you describe is true, I would say that's bad.
oh, yeah, that was something that he did. It was in his tweets.
But
Charlie
like
Kirk did
if you're
that.
talking about well, Kamala only lost because this and this, it's like no, the Democrats were in the same position that the Republicans were in 2008. That's ultimately why she lost.
Uh to a much lesser extent,
There's
sure. In 2008, George W.
there's
Bush had like a 20% approval rating.
well, yeah, and I would be willing to bet that Biden's true approval rating was in that neighborhood.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think that you're just saying that because it reinforces your view that the Democrats were in the. But no, I don't. And like, if no, if we even go and look, like, because I don't remember.
Well, I mean, because believe it or not, of the people who listed that saving democracy was their number one issue, Donald Trump won that vote. I want to say it was like 56, 57.
Yeah, that's
That's what he
because
won that vote by.
yeah, but that's stupid. It's because people are stupid and misinformed. It doesn't mean that they're right. Like that's just dumb. That doesn't make any sense. Donald Trump tried to
Yeah, I mean, I
steal an
will I will agree with you
election.
that that doesn't mean that it's right. That just because 50% plus one, like 50% plus 1% of the people agree that something is right doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. But I, the Democratic Party in the Democratic Party in 2024 was more in the same position that the Republican Party was in 2028
You
or
mean in 2008?
2008.
Yes, yes, to an extent, just not to the same extent as 2008. I mean, if we
Like
even
there's
just look, like goddamn, Obama 52.9% to McCain's 45.7%. Obama won like 385 electoral college votes, and Biden won and McCain won 173. Like that's a lot. I think, and like Obama got millions more votes. Like I think 10 million more votes than McCain did in the popular vote. It's like it.
well, yeah, I mean that's
Yeah,
just
I
the
know it's
base
just the.
numbers.
I know it's just the popular vote, but I'm saying that like
But there's
yeah, the
but
electoral
I
college
mean
vote was a
the
lot.
John McCain's not winning that election.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean
he wasn't because
the
of
Democrats could have run a frickin' ham sandwich and John McCain's still not winning that election.
yeah, I know. Whereas I would argue that it's very that I think that if they had done it properly, it's possible the Democrats could have beaten Trump in 2024, but they didn't. And part of the reason for that is because Joe Biden didn't drop out and they didn't actually have a real primary. And I think they should have. I think that that's
I mean, if
something.
they
Yeah.
well, like if say like because personally I thought in 2020, like I personally thought
Hold
that
on.
Joe Biden
Wait,
would have
wait, wait, wait,
like
wait,
Joe
wait. I'm sorry. I'm letting you. Well, I don't think you're necessarily doing this on purpose because it's the flow of the conversation. But we're getting like completely lost from the original point that we were at here. Where when I said you want to talk about democracy, and again, I want to go back to talking about Trump and the fact that he's an authoritarian, and the fact that I think that you are crazy if you voted for him if you say you care about democracy in 2024. I can understand maybe in 2020 or 2016, but in 2024, after everything he did, he tried to steal an election. I think that that is disqualifying. I don't think that he
I
should
don't
even
think
have been
he
allowed to run
did.
again. Really? You don't think that you don't think he
No.
did the fake electors scheme?
No, I do not believe in the kayfabe insurrection.
I'm not just talking about January 6th. I'm talking about the fake electors plot. Do you know about that?
I don't think they're fake electors. I mean,
They,
that's been
yes,
that
they,
has
yes,
been done.
no, no, Hawaii's not the
That
same.
has been
Hawaii's not the
done.
same. Those were real electors that Hawaii chose. The fake electors were not actually chosen by those states. They were people who said that they had been chosen, but they weren't. They lied. I've heard all this stuff before. Hawaii's not the same.
I don't think they were fake. They're
Oh,
alternate electors. I don't think they're fake.
no, they weren't alternate electors. Alternate electors are chosen by the states. These people were not actually chosen. They lied and claimed that they were. They signed these documents. They committed fraud and they said that they were electors, but they weren't. They were not actually chosen by those states.
I don't think so.
What's your evidence for this? Like we have like the
Well, what's your evidence
documents.
that it's fraud?
Like
You're the one who's
we've
making that the fraud
we've got
claim.
the we have the documents that they signed, and we have the fact that those states never actually chose those people. There is no record of them doing it. Like I feel like you probably just maybe you just didn't like look into this or whatever, but like and by the way, I don't blame you for that. This is complicated because it gets into how the electoral college works. And I don't even fully entirely understand it. And that's probably why like most Americans didn't give a shit or pay attention to it, because it's hard to explain to people exactly what it was. But that is really at the base of like that whole election thing. Now, and by the way, January 6th is still bad. It's still terrible that Donald Trump spent an entire year leading up to or like that he basically spent like I don't know if it was a full year, but it was a large amount of time he spent leading up to the 2020 election saying, if I lose, it's rigged because of the mail-in votes. He put this idea in people's minds, and then he lost, and the first thing he said was, no, I didn't. We won. It was rigged. And he spent like the rest of the time since November all the way till January 6th saying it was rigged and fighting it. And that's where the incitement comes from. That's how he incited January 6th, because none of those people would have done any of that shit or been there if he had not said all that stuff, if he had not primed them to believe this. That's how he incited it.
I disagree.
How? Do you deny that he said all that stuff? Do you deny that those people were there because they believed it because he said it?
Okay, my question is, at what point would the people on January 6th have been justified?
If the election was actually stolen, but it wasn't, and there's no proof that it was, and everyone around Trump said that it wasn't.
Okay. If you want to know what I think about 2020, I think the election was rigged, but I think they did it in a legal manner.
Okay, how do you think the election was rigged?
They rigged the rules against Donald Trump.
How?
And they've admitted this. They have admitted to.
How? You need to tell
They
me.
have admitted to as such.
How did they rig the rules against how? Explain. What did they do?
By you know, changing the rules in the last minute.
Okay, I think
By
there was like one state
introducing
where
a
they
bunch
did
of
that.
we're gonna introduce a bunch of mail-in ballots, which we know is the least reliable method of conducting
Okay,
elections,
first of all,
and we're
that's
just gonna
not.
send it into everybody.
But that's not true. It's not the least reliable method of conducting elections. Voting
Okay,
mail-in
does Canada
ballots.
allow how much mail-in balloting does
It
Canada
doesn't. It
allow?
doesn't. It,
How
no.
much mail-in balloting does Canada
Looking to.
allow?
Okay, first of all, I'm pretty sure that we can vote online here in some places, but that doesn't matter.
Well, I would say if you don't have a secure method of voting online, I would say that's fucking crazy.
Okay, well, hold on.
Like
Here's the thing. I don't
I
know if that's
want you
actually
to
true. I
show
just
up
bro, it was
like I
first.
want you to show up on election day and
Yeah, that's
voting. I
great,
don't
but not
want you
everyone
mailing
was
in a
gonna do
fucking
that
ballot.
because there was a pandemic. okay? And people didn't want to show up. And also, just as an FYI, first of all, mail-in voting has been around in your country for a long ass time. It's how members of the
Yeah, and
military
I
vote.
don't
It's how
but we
my
haven't
mom, who is an American, has voted in every election since 2006 because that I basically badgered her
but
into
yeah,
it.
your mom lives in Canada, right?
Yes, she does. I'm actually at my parents' house right now, and she voted. She votes
Yeah,
in
that's
the election. She mails it in. That is how. Like there are thousands, at least, if not millions, of Americans who vote that way and who have voted that way.
yeah, we
Mail-in voting
have
has been around for a long time. It is not an insecure
yeah,
method of
we
voting. It works.
yeah, and we have mail-in ballots for extreme and extenuating
Yeah,
circumstances.
COVID was
We
an
have
extreme and
never just
extenuating circumstance.
yeah, okay, a military member deployed overseas.
Yeah, that's another one. But
Yeah,
I'm saying that COVID was an extreme and extenuating
a
circumstance.
a freaking diplomat in the foreign service working in some embassy overseas.
Do you deny that COVID
That's
was an extreme
100%
and
fine.
do you
We
deny
have never we have never, and no country in the world would ever allow their election to be just settled by, oh, we're going to send a mail-in ballot to the lottie dottie everybody, whether like I remember in 2020 I lived in Dallas, Texas. I got 7 freaking mail-in ballots to my address.
Yeah, that's probably because that they wanted you to vote.
No, these were all mailed to different people. The previous I lived in an apartment in Dallas and I got 7 freaking mail-in ballots in Dallas.
Okay, were they for other people in
And
the
they
building?
weren't all
Also,
addressed to me.
hold on. Just to like
Like
just to throw
that shit is
this
fucking crazy.
I get it. That's fine. You can say that, but like your anecdotes are not going to prove that there was outcome determinative
Yeah.
voter
And
fraud in the 2020 election because of
okay,
mail-in voting. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not
but
good
no,
enough.
they
When William Barr comes to Donald Trump and says the election was secure, and William Barr has been an attack dog for Donald Trump, do you really think that he would lie about this? When he got in there, he wanted to be like he was like a Trump loyalist. He wanted to help him out, but he wasn't willing to like lie about the outcome of the election. That was his line, and he wouldn't do it. Like all of these people that told Trump no, it's not real, it's wrong. Like it it's just like did you actually read this? Hold on, did you read this entire article or did you just read the
the one
headline?
that I just sent,
Yes, because I've seen this article and people like to poke it around and they didn't read it and they talk about like the secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election, acting like this is something that like made that there was some sort of secret shadow campaign that resulted in Trump winning the election or that Biden winning the election. Did you have you
they
read this whole
rigged.
article?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read it in like freaking 5 years at this point, but no, I mean, they technically they didn't rig the election
I mean, not technically.
because
Like
they did it in a
they
legal
just no because
they
yeah,
they
but
did it they did it in a legal manner.
okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if Donald Trump hadn't spent the entire time leading up to the election telling people that mail in voting was bad and that it was going to be rigged, if he had actually said, mail in voting is really awesome, guys, and it's super secure, and we have a great system here, and you should vote by mail, do you think that maybe more of his people would have voted by mail? That's why mail in ballot.
Probably.
Okay, do you think
I
maybe
mean,
that might
I'm
have meant
not
that maybe he could have won and then he kind of like
I'm
basically
not
fucked himself?
I mean, I'm not disagreeing that he wasn't stupid.
Okay, well, like you can't
And
say
yeah,
that
like
they
and if you
rigged
look
it
like
as mail-in voting when like really Donald Trump was the one who shot himself in the foot by claiming that mail-in voting was going to be rigged and then none of his supporters voted by
I mean,
mail.
that's definitely That's definitely part of it.
Okay. Like, I feel like that's important though, right? Um, I think in 2024, I don't know that he was still doing that. I don't know that he was still shitting on mail-in voting.
No, I would say I would agree with you that he definitely learned his lesson in that regard.
Yeah, and there was I believe also that there's been data that came out recently that showed that actually no, mail-in voting does not heavily favor Democrats. It just did in 2020 because Donald Trump told all the
Mail-in
Republicans not to
mail-in
vote
voting definitely
via
favors
mail.
Democrats.
I don't think that that's true. I'm pretty sure that they found that that's not the case, not normally. Um and like I mean, arguably, I like yeah, I'm sorry, but like 2020 was an extenuating circumstance. The extenuating circumstance of 2020 was COVID. COVID was bad, and it was a bad thing. Like, do you not think COVID was bad? Do you believe all the weird conspiracies about COVID being fake?
Was COVID fake? No. Was COVID definitely done in a lab? Yes.
I don't I listen, I don't want to get into that too much, but I don't agree. Like I don't think that just because that there are a bunch of people who are coming out and saying that now that it's necessarily true. I think that people who know what they are talking about with regard to like science and whatnot understand that that is not the case. That it was very likely originated from that wet market in much the same way as like other viruses have originated in similar fashion. Don't think that it was like a lab leak thing. I understand that like certain people in high places now are making that claim, but like even so, like
Well,
that doesn't matter. That still doesn't mean that it was fake. Like you said it wasn't fake. So like
okay.
do you agree it was bad
It's
and that it was an extent that it was in extreme circumstances that an extreme circumstance that meant that mail-in voting was probably a good idea?
Do I think it was fake? No. Do I think mail-in voting is a bad idea? Yes. Do I think we could have conducted the election safely and more secure without mail-in voting? Yes.
You can say that, but
I mean,
everybody ev-
COVID wasn't nearly as bad as they think it is. Like the first version of COVID, what do you think the mortality rate
bro,
was?
1 million people died in the United States from COVID.
Yeah, 1 million people died. How many people got COVID? I've had COVID 3 times.
I have not had
I
COVID
didn't get
because
COVID until after I was vaccinated.
okay, yeah, it was probably less bad for you because you were vaccinated. I mean, I don't know, was
Well,
COVID bad or was it just like not too bad for you? I believe that's the case with
I mean,
most people.
okay, because I'll tell you, I got swine flu in, what was that, 2009? 2009, I got swine flu, and I got that one pretty bad. Like, I ended up having to drop out of a semester of college for
Was
that.
there a was there a vaccine for swine flu? I don't remember. I don't remember if swine flu ever spread as far for there to like
It
have a
wasn't
vaccine. There was a bird flu vaccine, I think.
it wasn't until after, I mean, I don't know, I don't remember.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
Well,
remember.
I mean,
I
it doesn't matter. All I'm saying is that like
I
basically
but, like,
according to
I
everyone
was
who
as
knew what
far
they
as
like if Trump's own people were telling him that the election was secure,
well,
then I think the election was secure. As well as everybody else who was also saying it. Like I don't know why Trump's own lie to him. It's not like they were unloyal to him. They would have no reason to lie to him. Especially not William Barr, who when he came in there said that he was like going to be like loyal to Trump and like was a Trump guy.
I don't think William Barr was ever a Trump guy.
I
If
recall
William
I
Barr was ever a
remember
Trump guy, he wouldn't if William Barr was ever a Trump guy, he wouldn't have let Robert Mueller go on and do what he wanted to do.
I don't think William Barr was the Attorney General when Robert Mueller was doing his thing, or did William Barr come after
No,
him?
he wasn't. I mean,
Yeah, in
that
fact, I
was,
believe that that was one of the things where he said that he was going after or like he didn't like what Mueller had done or whatever. I recall him saying, if I recall correctly, like he said that he was going to go in there, or like he didn't say it, but like he was characterized as he was going to go in there and be an attack dog for Trump. And I think that like he did a bunch of stuff, but his line was at lying about election fraud. The same thing with all of these other people. It was Trump appointed judges that were like saying no on all these court cases that he tried to file, and it was Trump's own people. If all of Trump's own people, everyone around him was saying no, the election was not rigged. All of the people who had the knowledge to know, and the only ones who weren't saying it were like the most insane sycophants like Giuliani. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you can't be bothered by the fact that Trump basically tried to steal an election and he denied the results of an election.
Because
Now
I
I
don't
would
think he tried to steal an election. That's why I'm not bothered by it.
Okay, you know what? I would urge you to look into the fake electors plot. And I would urge you to look into it from like sources that are not like Fox News or whatever like biased media bubble that you exist in. And I'm not saying that to be like condescending, but I mean
Well, I mean,
you seem to believe in like every conspiracy,
I
or not
would
every,
I
but
would
a lot of
also
conspiracy theories.
I would also disagree with your characterization of Fox News.
Okay. I mean, Fox News lied about the 2020 election. You know what? Actually, go read the Dominion voting systems versus Fox News, like the the uh the the court docs for that, or not all of them, but like the ones that basically show all the evidence that they found during discovery, where all of these people behind the scenes were saying, including Tucker Carlson, that they knew it was all bullshit, and they still repeated all these lies about the election being stolen.
Yeah, because like if you talk about the stuff that like Sidney Powell and Rudy Giuliani were peddling, like that was bullshit.
Yeah, I
Like that,
know.
I 100% agree. And like I will tell you, you know, because I was in a veterans group that these guys were, you know, some of these guys got picked up on January 6th stuff, and like I remember telling these guys that don't go there, don't go to like this is fake bullshit, and they're gonna hem you up for it. And some of those guys definitely got hemmed up for it.
Wait, did you mean they went to the Capitol? They were there on the
Yeah,
day? Oh, well,
yeah, I got kicked out of this veteran. I got kicked out of that group for it because I wouldn't go with them.
you know what? Thanks for not going with them. Turned out that was, although then again, probably
Well,
maybe not, because all those guys
because I
probably
knew all
got
that shit.
pardoned now.
Because I knew that shit. It's like, okay, they to bring it back to sort of current events, that Elise Slotkin video.
Lisa Slotkin? Alyssa
Yeah,
Slotkin?
that video was an op.
Wait, which video are you
That
talking
video was an
about?
op.
Hold on, which video? You need to be, I don't know what video you're referring
The
to.
video where she's like, you don't have to follow illegal orders. That video was an op.
Um, that What do you mean it wasn't off? There was them saying that they felt
That
like what that they
No, that video was an op to set the stage for all this hair on fire shit about what's going on in Venezuela right now.
I mean, I don't think it's hair on fire, but you've had this argument in my Discord already.
Yeah,
This
you
argument
don't
has been
think it's hair
argued
on
to death.
fire,
No, I don't. I don't think that
and
double tap striking boats, I think that's a war crime. And I think that all the boat strikes are war crimes. And I don't think that it's necessary. And I think that if you guys want to stop drugs coming into your border, wait till the boats enter American waters and let the goddamn Coast Guard stop them and inspect them
they're
and arrest people and confiscate their drugs. Because guess what?
well,
Drug
I mean,
cartel,
I
that
will say
shit is a police action. It's not a war thing.
they're
Don't
well, I mean, and okay, you brought this up, you know, frickin' an hour ago now. The whole the axis of chaos, right?
uh-huh.
Yeah, these are Chinese. These aren't. This is Chinese state policy to push these drugs into our market. But what I mean by saying that Elise Slotkin video was an op, it's setting the stage for the reaction to what people are having to that stuff going on right now.
I mean, you don't think that there wouldn't be a
And
pretty big reaction to war crimes, which again, I think that's what they are. Like, I'm
Well,
sorry, but
yeah,
the
there would
US,
be a there and there should be a pretty big reaction to war crimes,
yeah, but you
but
don't think they're war
as
crimes.
seen on your Discord server, I don't think they're war
Yeah,
crimes.
I know, I disagree, and I feel like I feel like that conversation didn't go particular like everything that I've seen, like that. Not the United States is not at war with Venezuela. A and B. Drug enforcement shit is not a military thing. That is policing actions.
These drugs are killing 100,000 Americans a year. How is this not?
Because it's not. Listen, I'm sorry, but like taking drugs is not a like that is not a thing that is like that's still a thing, that a choice that people choose, that people make. Aren't you all about personal
Well,
responsibility and shit? Like there's other ways to stop that
these
from happening that do not involve like. And also I don't even know,
but
this is the other problem too. They haven't even shown us any evidence that those goddamn boats had drugs on them. Like you can't just do that. That's not, you have to like arrest these people, search their ships, confiscate their drugs. Why can't you just do that? You absolutely can. There is no reason not to. That's how this is normally done. You do not need to blow the shit out of them.
here, I want you now this is okay, this is one video. And I don't think it's a boat that we struck. But watch this
Oh
video.
god, a Twitter video.
Wait, before you start it, there is music to it, so go ahead and mute it. So, because I don't want you to get a copyright strike.
Okay.
But go ahead and pull up this video and watch it.
I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's what?
All right, and pause it
What?
around 14 seconds.
Wait, is your argument that because that like
Pause it around 14 seconds.
these are all the boats that that like that the cartels are sending?
Yes,
Okay, again, are you
but like
again, you have no yes, I did pause it around 14 seconds. You have no faith in your country. Are
yeah.
you seriously telling me that the
Do
United
you?
States could not, if they need to, they could get the military to help them, but why do you need to blow them
Yeah.
up? Are you
Do
seriously?
you? Do you notice anything on this boat that could be troubling?
Just because that you're showing me this video, it doesn't mean that every single boat that has been that like what are you trying to are you trying to say this is evidence that that all the boats are drug boats?
Well, what do you notice on this boat?
Um, I don't know what you are getting at here, dude. Like what you think
Well,
I'm gonna
okay,
see drugs? Like there's not.
what do you see? What do you see in the middle of that boat right there?
What are you talking about? Like the white thing that's on top?
What's that writing right there?
Oh,
This
it's
isn't
oh,
now,
it's
mind you, this is in Latin
Chinese.
America.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, what else do you not see on any of these boats?
What? Like what? First of all, that's not.
What else do you not see on any of these boats? There's something key here that doesn't make this necessarily a war crime that is missing on these boats. Do you have any idea what that is?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you just explain instead
There
of
is no
like.
registration on these boats.
Okay,
If
well,
you're a fishing boat and you're operating in international water,
listen, I'm not
do
even
you know what you
necessarily
have to have?
saying that they are fishing boats, but it still is a war crime. You are not supposed to blow up drug boats. It is a policing issue. You are supposed to arrest them and confiscate their shit. after you search their boats. You're not supposed to bomb them. You guys are not at war with Venezuela. It is not a, it is, yes, it is still a war crime to basically blow up civilian boats. The people in these boats are not military combatants. And you can't just say, oh my God, they're terrorists, and then automatically make them all military combatants. Drug dealers are not terrorists. Like, you can't do that. That's
And
not
I
how
would
that
disagree.
works. Yeah, I know that you would, but like I just
Okay,
again.
look up. All right.
We already
I'm
went
sending
over
you another
this.
thing real
Yeah,
quick.
I know. We already went over this. You guys, you argued about this with PDA in my Discord. And I mean, by
Yeah.
the way, he knows more
Okay,
about this
so
than I do. I can
what
bring him back in here if you want, but you probably don't want me to.
what that I just sent you the unclose,
Yeah, I know. This is
but
the
it's
same.
Article
Yeah, I know. This is the
it's
same
Article
shit that
92.
you tried to send that you tried to send to him. I remember this.
It's Article 92, Article 94, Article 108, and Article 110. But if you look up those articles, like these boats are stateless vessels operating in international waters.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you can blow them up. You
They're
can't
technic
blow up
yeah,
stateless
they're
vessels.
under this treaty, they are technically property of the United States.
That doesn't mean that you can kill them. You can't just kill civilians. If America, if like that's what's happening. These people are non-combatants. These people are civilians. You cannot just kill them.
And I disagree.
That's great, but like there's nothing in here that's going to say it's okay to blow up civilians.
These boats are property of the United States.
It doesn't
We
matter.
can do with our property what we
No,
deem fit.
you can't. Okay, so if the United States decided to blow up a
According to
ship,
this,
if the United States decided to
yeah,
blow up a ship and it had a bunch of
who
American
well,
civilians on it, it would be okay?
you might face. I mean, I will agree that this is
No, it
pretty
wouldn't.
novel legal shit.
Yeah, it is. It's you reaching because you want to be okay with this for some
But
reason that I don't understand. I don't know why you want to be okay with this. It's funny that you
because
want to
these
be
boats
okay
are
with.
technically property of the United States and we can do with them as we deem fit.
Yeah, but
And
that
if you
doesn't.
don't,
If you want to say
if
that
you
and
don't,
you want to use that as an argument to confiscate the boats, that's fine. But that's not the problem that I have with this. It's the blowing up civilians that I have an issue with.
well, and I don't
It's
think
the
they're civilians.
double tap strike that I have an issue with. Like, even if we were to
And I
say
don't.
these people, yeah, okay, that's fine. But then you're okay with war crimes. Because even if we were to say that these people were enemy combatants, you cannot blow up people who are shipwrecked. You cannot blow up people who are hors de combat, which is what those guys would be if we were to assume they were
And
combatants.
I would, and well, if you believe the U.S. Navy commander on the ground, they weren't hors de combat.
How the hell were they not hors de combat? They
And
were
I've got
literally
and I've got
floating.
congressional testimony, and I've got congressional testimony from the Navy commander in charge of the operation that says they weren't hors de combat. Now, I will agree that that motherfucker could be lying.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is that I've
But
also
until
heard
you
other
give me
things.
until you give me evidence,
Hello? Sorry.
until you give me evidence that the guy was lying, I don't think I think that strike is okay.
Yeah, but
And
like
yeah, I
in
will
how?
agree. I
Just
will agree
because
this is
just because he said that doesn't mean that it's like correct. Like how? What was his
yeah,
evidence that they were
that's
hors
what
de combat?
you are 100% right with that.
Okay.
But I mean, There's one person in this chat that has sat through a rules of engagement brief. And yeah, PDA or whatever, like I'm not sure he's ever sat through a rules of engagement brief.
I mean, listen, bro, please don't do that, okay? Please don't invoke your credentials to win an argument, because the last time you did that, it was not good. Okay? Like, I just,
Okay, so here. Okay, I'll give a story of this rules of engagement brief.
like,
It's
you
for
can,
my first deployment.
hold on, stop. No, you don't need to do that. Like, it's not going to change anything. Again, like like I just said, all of this comes down to the fact that, like, you can't just say that drug dealers are like enemy combatants. That's not how that works. Like, if you could just say anybody was an enemy combatant, then, like, it would just be insane. That's not, you can't do that. You can't just say anyone's an enemy combatant and then like be able to do whatever you want to them. That's not how this works. That's not how LOAC works.
Pretty much you can.
I do not agree. I do not think that that is true. You can't do that. Like, there are
You
rules under
can
which someone
you can
becomes an enemy
disagree all you want, but
combatant.
this is how you can disagree all you want, but this is how the US military interprets the laws of war.
There is no way that that is true. America is not at war with Venezuela. That's the other thing. America's not at war with Venezuela.
Well, and I would argue that these are defensive strikes.
You can't just say that drug dealers are enemy combatants and then blow them up. They're civilians. And, like, I'm pretty sure that
Yeah, we
I know
can.
that under LOAC, like, this stuff is supposed to be a policing action. Also, why would you be okay with
Okay.
this when you could just
Okay,
board the boats and take
I
your
will
shit?
take your histrionics on this more seriously when you're for calling Barack Obama in for war crimes.
Why? Because that there was collateral damage that, like, killed a kid? The guy
It was more than just a kid.
Anwar al-Awlaki
It
was a
was
terrorist.
Yeah, Anwar al-Awlaki, I will agree with you, was a terrorist. But that
Yes.
doesn't mean we should be able to kill his kid because he had a shitty father.
Okay, yeah, but was his kid targeted, or was he collateral damage in that strike? Because collateral
He
damage is a
was
thing.
specifically targeted.
Okay,
He was the target of
was
that strike.
yeah, was he a terrorist? Was he part of Al Qaeda?
Arguable.
What do you mean
Arguable.
arguable? Like, if their belief was that he was
I
part of
mean,
Al
you can make
Qaeda,
the argument
and
that yeah, he was a terrorist.
well, then he was an
And
enemy
yeah,
combatant.
if you don't want to get blown up in the Middle East, don't be a fucking terrorist, or don't be somebody that the United States government thinks you're a terrorist. And if you don't want to be blown up on a boat in the Caribbean, don't be a fucking drug smuggler.
I don't think that those two things are the same thing. I like, drug smugglers are not
Uh,
not enemy. Like, I'm sorry,
yeah,
they're
I
not
mean,
enemy
I'd make the argument
combatants.
that the drug smuggler is more dangerous than the terrorist.
The way that you deal with those under international law is not the same.
And I would disagree. And
Okay,
we could have the argument on whether this should be the right policy. And I will agree with you that striking these boats is pretty tenuous and a pretty novel area that we're getting into.
yeah, that's what. Yes, that's been the entire Trump administration, is like weird, novel, and like incredibly reaching bullshit interpretations of the law in
Well,
order to be able to do shit that they want to do.
and I would say a part of the problem is that they've never let Donald Trump just be president.
You mean they've never
He's
let
the
Donald
duly
Trump?
elected he's the duly elected president of the United States, and they've never let him act
Wait,
as the president of the
hold on.
United
Who is
States.
they, and what are you talking about? You need to expand on that.
Well, number one, all the fake shit about Russia first
Okay,
off.
that was not fake. I don't know what do you mean?
That was 100.
Hold on, stop.
Donald Trump hiring a whole bunch of prostitutes to pee on a bed in
No, yeah,
Moscow.
but
That wasn't fake.
that's not the thing that people are talking about when they talk about Russia. Do you believe Russia interfered in the 2016 election? Do you think that that was true? Do you accept that that was true? There are mountains of evidence that indicate that they did, and that they did it to help Trump. I believe we talked about this last time.
I don't think I don't think they did it to specifically help Trump.
I mean that we have evidence
Well, what's
to the
now go
contrary.
back to your axis of chaos. Go back to your axis of chaos.
Yes, normally
Who do you think Donald Trump or who do you think Vladimir Putin would have rather dealt with?
I think
Because
he would
I'm
have rather
thinking
dealt with
he would have
Donald
rather
Trump.
dealt with Hillary Clinton.
No, why? Why would he have rather dealt with Hillary
Just
Clinton? She was insanely
just
hawkish.
because he figured out how to play Donald Trump doesn't mean that he necessarily wanted Donald Trump to win.
I
I
mean,
don't think Vladimir Putin wanted Donald Trump
there
to win.
was
I
yes,
think
because
Russia did their shit in 2016 just to fuck with us.
okay,
And yeah,
if I
we could
tell you
say that
to
it's bad.
read the Mueller report, are you going to say no because you think it's all bullshit? Even though there were multiple indictments that
I
came
think
out
the
of
Mueller
that,
report is mostly bullshit
why do you think that? Do you think that he didn't do? By the way, Robert Mueller's a
because
Republican.
it is predicated its predication. The impetus of that report was 100% lies. Was 100% lies
What do you think the
peddled through the
impetus?
FBI
What do
by
you
the
think?
Hillary Clinton campaign and foreign intelligence agencies.
You don't think that there was anything else? Actually, that's not true. That wasn't the impetus of that report. It wasn't because of the Hillary. It wasn't because of the shit that they got from Hillary. That wasn't why. It was because
That
there
is
was no. It was
100% where it
because
came from.
so you don't believe that any of the people in Trump's campaign had ties to Russia? You don't believe that that Roger Stone talked to Guccifer 2.0? You don't believe any of this stuff? You don't believe Guccifer
No,
2.0 hacked the DNC and released those emails in a coinciding way in order to hurt Hillary Clinton when the Access Hollywood tape came out? It was timed purposefully. They released all that shit not too long after in order to distract from the Access Hollywood tape. Like, did Russia coordinate directly with Donald Trump in order to like help him win the election? No, but they absolutely interfered in Donald Trump's favor to help him win the election. And there were absolutely
I
contacts
don't.
between people in the Trump campaign and Russia, like Roger Stone and Christopher Tuchel. Like, no, the Mueller report was not bullshit. You should read it. It's good.
No,
There's lots of interesting shit in
the
there.
Mueller report was mostly bullshit. And you want to know the crazy thing? And like what I mean by they never just let him act as president? Like, do you know when the Zelensky phone call was leaked?
Yeah, because the Zelensky phone call was crazy because he was literally asking Zelensky to like do investigations on his political opponent in exchange for aid.
Yeah, and that's not any different than anything any other president has
No,
done
that's
before.
not true. No, that's not how that works. Can you name me another president who said, "Hey,
Do
can you
do
dig
we
up
need
dirt
do
on
we
my
need to play
political
the Joe Biden
opponents?"
speech? Do we need to play the Joe Biden speech?
Oh my god, you're actually going to bring this up, aren't you? That's not the same thing. It is not the
How is
same.
it not the same thing? How is it not the same thing?
Because Victor Shokin was an insanely corrupt prosecutor, and his investigation into
Yeah,
Burisma had been
who
dead
just
for
happened to be
ages. No,
investigating Joe Biden's son.
yeah, but he wasn't though. His investigation into Burisma had been dead for ages because he was corrupt as fuck. Everybody wanted him
That doesn't
gone.
mean that Joe Biden wasn't an idiot about it.
What do you no? But that's not why he did it. He did it because everybody wanted him gone, and the whole
Oh,
point of
so
that was
so we're gonna
because
we're gonna withhold this aid from you until you fire this guy. And by gum, by the time I got on the plane, he was fired.
yeah, that was yeah, he was authorized to do that. Now, by the way, just so you know, whether or not the US
Yeah,
actually
how
whether or
is
not
that any different?
because
let's haul in Joe Biden to impeach him over this.
because one of them was like political maneuvering, and the other one was, hey, dig up dirt on my political opponent, or I'm going to withhold aid from you. Do you not understand the difference between those two things?
I I don't. It's a distinction without a difference,
It's
is what I'm
not,
saying.
though. It's extremely important. It's an extremely important difference. One of them, you're asking the leader of another country to dig up to like basically essentially interfere on your behalf in your country's election, and the other one is like political leveraging and maneuvering. It is not like the same thing. It's like one of them is like geopolitics negotiating tactic shit, and the other one is literally you asking another country to dig up dirt on your on like
Well,
it's you asking them to
how is that not?
interfere in your
Hey,
election.
hey, you want this aid? Hey, you want this aid? The last vice president's son was doing some pretty corrupt shit in your country.
Yeah, and the guy who was investigating it had stopped investigating it. And the investigation was dead for ages. And Victor Shokin was an insanely corrupt dude, and everybody wanted him gone, not just America. The
Yeah, and that
Europeans did
might have been
too.
true.
But it
That
was
might have been true, but
true.
Joe Biden's reason for getting him fired was because he was investigating
No,
his son.
that's not true. You have no
And
evidence of that. And
and
that's not even
his
what he
son
said in his
his son was
speech.
doing some pretty corrupt shit in Ukraine.
That
Do,
doesn't
do you, is that a lie too?
I mean, I think that that is way overblown, especially from the same people who defend Trump. When you
Oh,
have Jared
oh,
Kushner.
so yeah, and with the shit with Donald Trump and the fucking like if
And
you want to go after Donald Trump for something, do this crazy fucking crypto shit that he's doing.
yeah, that's another thing, but there are so many things. I'm just saying that like I feel like people who are mad about the fact that the president's son traded on his name, the president's son, by the way, who is not a politician and who has never served a day in government in his entire goddamn life,
But
and
it
he
wasn't
used his last name
it
to get
wasn't just the
himself.
president's it
Can I
wasn't just it it's it's his son selling direct access to one of the most powerful people in the country.
Okay, first of all, I do not believe that that is true. And the reason why I don't believe that is true is because a large part of this bullshit, first of all, they couldn't get Hunter Biden on any of this, and they tried. And an awful lot of the stuff that they had related to it was from like a guy who was lying the entire time. I believe that he is
Well,
now in
I've
jail for
and
perjury.
here I
Like, this is like the Benghazi shit all over again. They
why
spent like ages trying to
well
get Hillary on that, and they couldn't find a goddamn thing. Same thing with Hunter
well
Biden.
I mean
By the way, I don't actually know that much about the
uh,
Benghazi shit, so I don't want to have an argument with you about that because I'm sure you believe all of that shit
well I
related
mean
to
Hillary
it.
Clinton if I handled the little classified information that I handled in my time in the army, if I handled it the same
Okay,
way as
we're
Hillary
talking
Clinton did,
about something different now. I'm talking about the Benghazi embassy terrorist attack and how the Republicans tried to claim that that was all Hillary Clinton's fault because she fucked it up because like it was purposefully her
it's
fault
not
or some weird shit
it's
when
it's
really it
not
was.
Hillary Clinton's fault for covering it up, and it's frickin' Barack Obama's fault for stopping sending weapons to ISIS in Syria.
They,
That's what Benghazi was about.
they were
It
not. They
wasn't about
never.
some fucking video.
Weapons
It
never
wasn't
got
about some
sent.
fucking video that some guy produced that nobody saw.
Weapons never got sent to
It was
ISIS in
because we stopped
Syria.
shipping weapons to terrorist groups in Syria to take down Assad.
Weapons never got sent to ISIS in specifically. Some weapons may have fallen into
Fuck
their
yeah,
hands, but they did not. They did not go directly to
ISIS,
ISIS. No, they didn't. That's not true.
ISIS, ISIS was created by the Department of Defense
No,
during
it
the surge.
wasn't. What are you? No, it was
Yes, it
not. What are you
was.
talking? No, it wasn't.
The
It was a.
progenitor group of ISIS, the progenitor
It was
group
a
of ISIS
splinter
was
group.
created by the United States Defense Department to help us in the surge. It was a Sunni militia that during the surge, we would go and we would capture all these Shia militants and we'd be like, you tell us what we want, or we're gonna hand you over to the fucking Sunnis and they're gonna fucking flay you like
Okay,
they're fucking Ramsey Bolton.
That is not what you know. Where are you getting this from? Like, I don't even
And
know. I know that that's not true. That's
the
not where
reason
ISIS
why
came
they attacked
from.
Benghazi was because that's where we were shipping we were taking a whole bunch of frickin' weapons that we
Okay, I
got
don't.
after
That's not.
Gaddafi was
Okay,
killed,
stop. I don't want to go
and
down
we were
another.
giving them to everybody
I
in
don't.
Syria.
I don't want to go down another conspiracy rabbit hole. Okay, because I don't.
That's not a conspiracy rabbit hole.
Yes, it is. You believe in like every conspiracy, and I'm not brushed up on all of my conspiracy shit from that's like before Trump. Okay, like I'm sorry that I'm not that like I haven't, but like that's not even really what we were talking about. All right, like on the subject of Hunter Biden again, the what happened with like him, Hunter Biden was not serving in government. And if you're mad
Well,
about Hunter Biden, you better be more mad about Jared Kushner and Donald Trump basically installing like and having like
I'm
his
just as mad
son-in-law.
about that shit.
Okay, well you should probably be more mad
I'm
about
just
that
as
than
mad
about
about that
Hunter
shit.
Biden because I'm pretty sure that Jared Kushner like enriched himself more than Hunter Biden ever did. And I don't think that yeah, like I said, like they never found
Debatable.
anything on Hunter Biden. They didn't find anything.
They found then why did he need a pardon?
He needed a pardon because that Biden knew that they were going to continue to like try to go after him and attack him continuously, and he didn't want to have his son deal with
Well,
that. But like based
okay.
on like what they had found so
Do you
far, like all they got him on was fucking gun charges. That was it.
Yeah, and you want to know what I think about that?
Yeah, I'm sure you thought.
I
I'm assuming
that
you.
he
Do you think that was bullshit? Because any
Yeah, those charges are bullshit.
yes, because any self-respecting Second
And
Amendment
those
supporter
charges,
would
not
think
only
those
are those
charges were
charges bullshit,
bullshit.
those charges are completely unconstitutional.
Okay, that's fine. I don't even necessarily disagree with you, but that's a completely separate thing that is unrelated. Okay,
Uh,
I'm not an anti. I'm not like
but do you know why we're having so much trouble with China in the South China Sea right now?
is this going to be like related to anything that we're talking about? What
Yeah, this is directly related to Hunter Biden
okay, are you going to try to
because Joe Biden was chosen as vice president because Barack Obama didn't have a lot of foreign policy experience.
okay, what are you going to blame that on
So,
Joe?
no, I'm not going to blame Barack Obama having a lack of foreign policy experience.
No, I
I'm
mean the
blaming
South China Sea
most of our
shit.
problems with China having or with China doing what they're doing in the South China Sea because Barack Obama sent Joe Biden to China to say, "Hey, knock this shit off." And Joe Biden's response was to bring Hunter Biden along with him as his bag man and got paid off in millions of dollars by Chinese government officials.
There's
So much to the point that in like the next 6 months, Robert Gates, the defense secretary, and Hillary Clinton had to go to China on multiple trips to try to fix what Joe Biden fucked up because he got a big fucking payday.
okay, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. Like, I just don't believe you. Like, there is,
Yes,
as far
Robert
as I
Gates was
have
Secretary of
seen,
Defense.
yes, I remember. As far as I've seen, there was no evidence whatsoever that Joe Biden ever got any money through any of Hunter Biden's endeavors. And they were unable to produce any evidence of it.
I,
And the
I
evidence that they did
so
produce was some
so
weird
hey, hey,
bullshit of
hey.
him writing a
Okay,
check.
okay, is Donald Trump getting any money from Jared Kushner?
Um, that's not the point that I was making with that.
That's not the same thing.
No,
I'm giving a big stack of cash to Jared Kushner, the son-in-law of the president of the United States.
the point that I was making with Jared
I'm giving a
Kushner
big
had
sack of cash to
enough.
the son of the vice president of the United States,
The point
and
that I was
the
making with
the
Jared
the
Kushner had
the
nothing
vice
to
president isn't seeing any of that
the
money.
point that I was making with Jared Kushner had nothing to do with whether or not Donald Trump was getting money from him. It was about this notion that somebody close to the president was given like a position and able to profit from it. That was what it was about. It wasn't about whether or not the president himself
How
was able to get that money. That was the point. It was like this weird stuff. And I would argue with Jared Kushner it's worse because Hunter Biden never held a government office, and Donald Trump put Jared Kushner in charge, or like he basically he like put him in charge of like negotiating shit in the Middle East. He literally held a government position. That was the
So
issue.
so the person that the president of the United States puts in charge of his foreign policy plan goes around the world with his son, who, while on these trips, gets all of these amazing is able to negotiate all of these amazing business deals that personally enriches himself. And the vice president isn't making policy decisions on this stuff.
I feel like you are connecting Joe Biden way too much. Like there was no I don't believe like I remember like at least
Joe
peripherally
Biden
following that. And there was no
Joe
evidence ever
Biden
presented
himself
that
called
Biden
himself the biggest political whore in the United States.
really did he actually say that or was that a gaffe? Because he was
Yes.
pretty good at gaffes.
I mean it's probably a gaffe,
Then
but
I
it's
don't know why you're bringing it up. Bro, I don't want to talk about the Hunter Biden shit, okay? Like I understand that you believe every
then
conspiracy,
don't bring it up.
even though half of the shit I don't know that
Then
I
don't bring it
brought it
up.
up. I didn't bring it up. You brought up the Victor Shokin shit. When I was
Because
talking
you're
about
running
the
around
phone
saying that
call.
Donald Trump is corrupt as shit.
Yeah, because he is. Like, do you actually disagree with that? Donald
And
Trump is
you're not
probably
complaining. You're not complaining. You haven't been complaining. You haven't been complaining when your side does the same thing.
yeah, because it's not the
And all
same
that's
thing.
all I
And
said. It's
yeah, but
not any different than Job. So why are we complaining about this?
because it is different, and it blows my mind that you cannot see the difference between geopolitical maneuvering and calling up another world leader and saying, "Hey, can you investigate my political opponent for me, or I will withhold aid to your country." Like it blows me away that you cannot see the difference between those two things. Like, are you gonna if the United States are you gonna like make the same claim if let's say some future U.S. presidents let's say the future U.S. president has like a son or a daughter who is like doing has business dealings in Israel or is doing something in Israel that is connected in some way, and then the United States is like, hey Israel, you need to stop you need to like stop doing these settlements or we are going to cancel or we're going to like cancel these weapon shipments to you. Are you going to like try and twist that around and claim that this is somehow like the same thing as like Trump asking? Like it's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It makes sense to say we will withhold aid to you unless you do this thing that relates to the politics of your country, that is geopolitical maneuvering related to tackling your corruption, because this prosecutor was corrupt as fuck, and he was also no longer investigating Burisma when like he got when like he got fired, and he hadn't been for ages, and that was part of the problem because Burisma was also corrupt as fuck. Like I don't think that Biden was thinking about Hunter when he did any of that. And like you don't have any proof otherwise. There were perfectly logical reasons why he would have done that. And like, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense that you think these two things are the same.
I just don't think that there's a difference between the two. And if you're going to complain about one, you better be complaining about the other two. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I will not because they are not the
if
same.
I think, and I think it's 100% fine to say to Bibi Netanyahu, it's like, hey, what you're doing with these fucking settlements in the West Bank is fucking bullshit, and you need to cut it out, or we're gonna seriously reconsider sending you foreign aid
Oh, okay.
if you
What
don't
if
cut it out with these settlements in the
really
West Bank.
what would you also say that if the son of the president of the United States was over in Israel and they just got like a very lucrative job on like some sort of Israeli real estate company that was looking to be approved to build like a bunch of housing in Israel, but they hadn't
Yeah,
been approved
that's some shady
because
fucking shit.
but they hadn't been
But
approved
it's
because
not any
then Joe
different.
Biden or because
It's
then
not any different.
because of the settlements.
It's not any different than fucking anything any president hasn't ever done before.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that that's shady shit though for you to then turn around and say, "Oh my god, this is shady," or "This is the reason why the president went to Israel and said, "Hey, you need to stop the settlements." Like you have to stop doing settlements because like to try to claim that he did it because that he wanted his son to like continue to be able to profit through his dealings with this real estate company that's trying to build real estate in Israel and not the settlements, and Israel isn't letting them build it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that you would think that, like, or like you probably would think that, but I think that that's stupid. I think it's stupid to say stuff like, or to like, when there's other logical explanations for it. Like if like maybe I could grant you that perhaps somewhere much further down the list Joe Biden was thinking, oh hey, if we get rid of this guy then they won't be a but like even then, no, actually I wouldn't, because again, Shogun hadn't touched Burisma for years. He was corrupt. That was the problem. He was not actually investigating Burisma's corruption. If like he was actively investigating them, maybe you might have, but like he wasn't like, he was just, he needed to be fired. He wasn't actually doing his job. Anyway, I feel
That
like
very well, Shokin needing to be fired very well could be true, but it's pretty fucking shady that here's a guy that's investigating his son
but he
or
wasn't
a company
investigating
his
his
son
son
works
though.
for.
He wasn't investigating Burisma at the
It
time.
doesn't mean that Joe Biden can't be a fucking stupid idiot and pressuring the guy for no real reason.
But there was a reason. Do you acknowledge that there was a real reason to do it? That the Europeans wanted Shokin gone. Everybody wanted him gone. Everyone knew he was corrupt. Do you acknowledge that's the thing?
I mean, I acknowledge that that could have been the thing, yes.
Okay, you know what? You should probably like, I
But
don't know.
having the vice president come in, like, you don't send the vice president to do that. If that's the case, send in the fucking Europeans to do that shit. You don't send in the vice president
Why not?
whose son
It was
works
American
for the
aid.
Ukrainian company that the guy is
But he
investigating.
wasn't investigating them. That was the
Did Joe
issue.
Biden know that at the time?
I don't know why he wouldn't have known that. There's no reason to think that he would not have known that. In fact, I would argue that he probably did know that, because that I'm pretty sure that absolutely none of this was shit that any of you guys started harping and talking about until like months and months later. Because I remember when everyone started talking about this, and it sure as fuck wasn't at the time. I think that it was after the quote unquote perfect phone call shit happened, when the right was scrambling to find something where they could say, oh, but the Democrats did it too. Or actually, no, hell, it might have actually been after that, now that I think about it. It was probably during the 2020 election when that shit came up. Nobody was talking about this at the time, not that I recall. That's what I'm saying. This is a conspiracy theory that people started coming up with like way later. I don't think he knew. Or like I do think he knew, rather. There's no reason why he wouldn't have known that. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think he talked to Hunter. Anyway, I feel like we're circling the drain here. It's been like 4 hours, dude.
Yeah, it's been 3 hours. So yeah, I need to. No, my sisters want the call too, so
Okay,
I think
geez.
they're opening their gifts tonight.
You should have said something
No,
earlier.
that's why I've been radio silent for like the last 10 minutes. My sister's been, well, I mean, it's kind of cute what my niece does. She's figured out how to use phones, and so she just randomly calls me during the day.
Oh, that's cute.
And she, yeah, no, it's cool.
Okay. Well, you know what? It was a
I've
fun
I've
conversation.
been ignoring them for a bit, so
Yeah, you
I
probably
will.
Mhm.
Yeah, as contentious as this has been, it has been enjoyable.
Yeah, I agree. Otherwise
And
yeah.
say what, yeah, I know you. I don't know if you're staying on or not. But
I
I
probably
do
will.
wish you and everybody in chat a Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate. Enjoy it with your family. So, thank you for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. And by the way, you are welcome to come back to the
I,
Discord. I don't know why you left.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I kind of got pissed at a certain particular one for being particularly, or at least I thought he was being particularly bad faith.
I
But
see.
yeah,
Well,
okay.
yeah, whatever. It's all good. Anyway, have a good one, buddy. Okay.
All
Sure,
right.
we'll talk again.
Bye.
Good night. God fucking damn it. Oh, holy crap. That felt like Pisco versus Lonerbox all over again. I'm sorry, Chase. I did not mean for this to go on for that long. And of course, I'm sure that you want me to talk about Noah Samsen. And I did put it in my title, didn't I? Um, High levels of brain rot. Yeah, I know. I genuinely like I don't know. I should have gone back and looked at like I needed to brush up on all the conspiracy shit um before I talked to that guy cuz like there was stuff that I remembered, but I can't believe that he thinks there is no difference between geopolitical maneuvering, asking a foreign leader to interfere, like essentially interfere in your election by digging up dirt on your political opponent. That's like so crazy. It's just insane. Or like thinking that like I don't know how to like I don't know how to like get through to someone who thinks that the majority of the Mueller report was all lies. Like the beginning of the Mueller report explains what the origins of that investigation were. And no, it was not, oh my god, what's his name? It was not the Steele dossier. That's not where that came from. What did Noah do recently, other than his gross tweet about the Bondi Beach shooting? Oh no, it was his appearance on that podcast with those two people, with Kunzler and that other dude. That was what that was what he that was what I was going to look at. That's what I meant by Noah Samsen. I don't know if Noah's made any new videos lately. He probably has. But I was just gonna watch like bits and pieces of that. And yeah, I probably should do that. But you know what? Instead of doing that right now, I would rather wait and do that when all the Israelis will be here. Because I don't even know if Funky Tortoise is still awake. And because it's mostly about Israel Palestine. So I would rather wait and do it during the day. Because I seem to have more views during that. But yeah. However, for the at least for the duration of my time here, I will say that the on-screen alerts are working again. So if people donate or any of that, it'll actually show up. I don't know if it will get read out or not, but it'll show up. Hopefully it will get read out though. I don't know why it didn't that time. Um that was kind of weird actually. It should have. I don't yeah. I'm not too sure. I'll have to look into that. But Insomniac got kind of mad when Loner the Australian shooting put the Australian shooting in stream title, but spent half of it talking about Casey Tron being sincere. Oh yeah, I know. I know. I mean, it's unfair, really. And now I understand. Like, I don't think that he intended for that to happen. Just like I did not intend for this conversation to be 4 hours long. That was not my intention either. Um, but you know what, friends? Let me show you some cat. because we love cats here. Oh, hello. Hello. Look at him. You're such a beautiful baby. He's purring. Hi. Come here. Come here. He's such a cute kitty. He is such a suck. Aw. Hi. Oops, the mic got muted, lol. So you guys, oh well, I guess it just got muted there, which is fine. Um, yeah. God damn. Oh yes, the Epstein files do drop tomorrow. Um, that is true. They do indeed. Hopefully that will go pretty well. Like they'll release it. I guess hopefully they don't redact too much shit. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna end it there, guys. But thank you all for tuning in. I don't know if Loner might not stream tomorrow. He was saying that he might make it up over the weekend. He's been sick, I think. Hasn't been well. And if that is the case, and if he does not stream tomorrow, then I will stream tomorrow, probably at my usual time of 1 p.m. And that's good because yeah, the Epstein files drop tomorrow, which should be interesting. Um, and then uh, yeah, we should yeah, that should be fun. And I tomorrow I can talk about Noah and everything else. No streaming. I need to get shit done tomorrow. Don't you have YouTube Premium? Brown University suspect found dead. Wait, what? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. They actually got a suspect? Um, uh, oh, TikTok signed the deal to sell their investor or to sell their stuff. Um, Australian Prime Minister announces a national buyback plan for firearms to get more guns off our streets. Well, I don't know if it's really necessary for them to do this. It was like the first, like I feel like their gun policy is working. Have one mass shooting in like a bazillion years, but I mean, I guess like if they want to, where are you seeing the thing about? Oh, oh, there it is. I see it. Man suspected from Associated Press. What does premium? Oh, so Tuckman, if you have YouTube Premium, that means you can listen to YouTube on your phone and you can listen to it audio only, which means that you can still do stuff. I do it all the time. I will regularly. I love going for walks. And I might go for a walk tomorrow, actually, tomorrow morning, because my parents are going to take me to the walking track here that they go to with all their fellow geriatrics. But yeah, I love listening to like to people's streams, and it's usually like YouTube. So it's almost always and I will go for a walk and listen to Loner's stream. Did that quite a lot. And yeah, and if I have to go to the store, I'll do it. It's a really good sort of background thing to do. Um Man suspected of shooting at Brown University has been found dead in New Hampshire. Um Man who is suspected of killing two and wounding several others at Brown University has been found dead in a New Hampshire storage facility, a law enforcement official person from the matter told Associated Press. Yes, Tuckman, actually it is less bandwidth because you wouldn't be streaming the video. Like I do it all the time and I don't know how much data you have. I mean, I feel like I have like a crap load of data now, but even back when I didn't have a lot of data, um I was still able to do it and I didn't have any issues. Like I think I a long time ago before I got YouTube Premium, I was actually using YouTube Advanced, which was an app that existed that basically gave you users without you having to pay for it. And until that got killed by Google. But I was using that. Uh Now I have YouTube Premium, so yeah, but like it's invaluable. I use it all the time. But a long time ago, when I was using YouTube Advanced, or I would listen to Twitch streams in the background when I worked at Best Buy, and I would walk home and I would be listening to the streams, which I basically did more of when I got wireless earbuds. Um, yeah, I didn't. I had like 1 gigabyte of data per month, I think, or two, and I never went over. So yeah, you should be fine. Yeah, I know revanced is still a thing, but that's like a huge pain in the ass, and I don't feel like Twitch does. Oh yeah, yeah, Twitch does do audio only right now. Yeah, but I would do that like back in like 2018 or 2019. I remember I would listen to Destiny streams, um, like when he was just streaming on Twitch. I believe that was before Loner came onto the scene actually. I never use my data. It always rolls over. I rarely watch videos on data. Yeah, you don't need to. Yeah, so YouTube will. It. I believe it should. Yeah, it'll take up less data if you just listen to the videos. And if you never use your data, then you should be fine. But yeah, I do it all the time. Yeah, you would be able to if you had premium. You would be able to use your phone for other things because the premium enables stuff like picture in picture and just audio only in the background, which is really nice. Oh, and also no more ads. That's another nice thing about premium. Yes, yes, I started watching Destiny when he was still on Twitch in 2017. That was my entry into this space. Yeah. I'm assuming Spider's probably not still here. I was going to ask him about that. The him talking to Destiny. But I will um I'll like I'll just watch that on my own time. I'm so new to the space, it's all new to me. Well, you know what? Welcome. It's a fun space to be in. And I hope that I can succeed in this space. I need to branch out into more audiences. I got to talk to Pisco again and try to get on thing. I'm not. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure Queeman did do a react to Pisco versus Hutch, and I'm sure that he was completely insane in his anti-Ethan. Because for some reason Queeman carries so much water for Hassan. It's kind of insane. Like when he was talking to Lawyer, it's just ridiculous. I don't think Pisco's lost his mind. You guys don't remember, but Pisco's always been like this. He's always been one of those people who will get into arguments over weird, pedantic stuff. A long time ago, I think his first big argument with Destiny. Well, okay, he argued with him about other things, but I think the most insane one was arguing with him about the definition of terrorism and stochastic terrorism. They also had a debate about January 6th as well when Destiny didn't big deal, and then he started looking. Yeah, Pisco is a debate brother. He's always been like this. I don't think that he has lost his mind or that like he's suddenly different. I don't think that he's trying to appeal to these particular people in his audience, at least not on purpose. Although his chat, like I listened to his chat when he was having that conversation with Destiny that lasted like 3 or 4 hours, and his chat was absolutely insane. Like they were just crazy. Like the anti fans, and then of course the Destiny has done nothing wrong people that got in there. They were crazy. Like it was just a huge shit show. Yeah, and I think that that is ridiculous. I don't know if Pisco cares enough to get like to deal with those people. But like he probably could. He could easily do it. All he would have to do is just ban like discussion of certain things. Because like I don't know if those people regularly watch him or if they just show up when he's talking about Ethan or Destiny. Like maybe that's it. And there seems to be a lot of overlap between the snarkers and the people who are Destiny too. So yeah, I mean, it's very possible that that is the thing. Yeah, Ethan called him a LARPing lawyer. Yeah, you're right. Well, Pisco, I'm sure Pisco probably has some issues, some personal issues with Ethan, and he also is incredibly proud, and he doesn't like to let go of things either. You know, like it was insane to me that he spent 4 hours arguing with Boulderbox, and he just could not accept that Ethan cared about both the copyright or about both the copyright problem, and he was also mad at like all of these people for facilitating harassment against him. Like I don't know how he could possibly not agree with that. It's just crazy to me that he refused to accept that. At least he's not defending Hassan anymore. Yeah, I know. But I mean, I think the problem, I don't know. I don't know what he does about it. Like maybe he should ask himself like how it is that all of those people wound up in his audience, and I wonder if like he has ever thought about that. I have no idea. Um but, I guess it depends on whether or not he cares about it. I think Pisco's audience is probably normal most of the time until he talks about these certain topics. So I mean, maybe he could just like ban certain things. Those people would probably chill. He doesn't need to ban them, but yeah. I haven't seen evidence that Pisco is slash was actually a practicing lawyer. He was. Um, and if you don't believe me, ask Destiny because he's seen evidence of it and he knows Pisco personally, and he has no reason to like say this if it's not true. Because why would he have any reason? Like if that wasn't true, there's no way like he would say it because he doesn't have any reason to protect Pisco because he and Pisco are not on good terms. Like yeah, I remember when Pisco first joined DGG. I don't know if he just became a practice or like if he just became a lawyer at that point, but like Pisco up until like maybe about 6 months ago had a job as a lawyer, and he had it like the whole time that he was coming on Destiny stream and talking to him. That was a thing. I remember. Supposedly, a Mamdani staffer registered after an anti-Semitic or resigned after an anti-Semitic post. Oh yeah, Mamdani was hiring some sus people. There was some weird anti-Semitism stuff going on there. That was a thing that I remember. I mean, I'm not terribly surprised by that. It's unfortunate. Also, at some point, I will have an argument, or like I'll see if I can schedule something with Fire because Fire, for some reason, thinks that anti-Semitism isn't a problem in the world now, or he doesn't seem to, or like he's super eager to downplay it, which is crazy to me. Like I don't know why he doesn't just admit that. It's not like he loses anything, or maybe he does. Maybe he feels like he loses something by doing so, by like admitting that the current anti-Israel sentiment in the world is expressing itself like with boatloads of anti-Semitism. Pisco's secondary argument that he inserted at several points in multiple debates was that Ethan should be seen as a villain and have less support. I don't recall that I've heard. Listen, I'm sorry, Dwayne, but I just don't have it in me to listen to Pisco argue pedantically against people who are trying to claim that everything Ethan said was true about caring about copyright and wanting to protect people future Disney. It's just not. I just don't believe. And I don't know how you could argue that statement. I think that's ridiculous. I think what Loner said is more true. Ethan cared a little bit about the fact that these people stole his content, and other than that, the lawsuits were him like attacking or like going after people who had been facilitating his harassment in really bad ways for basically months and months. And honestly, I don't even feel that strongly about it. Like I could probably be easily persuaded one way or another. Like I don't think that Maruzzi's argument that this is an abuse of the legal system is necessarily completely without merit. I don't think that Destiny's argument that people sue people all the time because it's bad is without merit. Um, I yeah, I don't know. Like what I care more about with regards to that case is people who claim that or that people who try to claim that Ethan was in the wrong for wanting to fight back against a group of people who are attacking him and who like don't think that any of that has anything to do with anti-Semitism or who are like basically excusing all the harassment that he's been getting or downplaying it or not caring about it or whatever. Like to me, I think that that is the more insane aspect of this is the fact that these people basically because Ethan didn't pass their stupid purity tests have spent like the last 2 years harassing him instead of like harassing other people or going after other people who have like who are much worse is the fact that these people focus on liberal Zionists or like liberals of all people because that they don't toe their line on their pet political issue. I think that's the thing that I hate the most about like this whole conversation, and that's the thing that I care about more so than oh my god, did Ethan abuse the legal system or was Ethan lying or any of that shit. Like I just I don't care. That's such a boring conversation. Yeah, I am going to talk to Pisco about left wing anti Semitism. I don't hate Pisco. I just think personal feelings leaked in. I've been watching the Oreo cover it. There's a lot, and Ethan is more likely using this as a jump off to go after Stark. Yeah, I think that that's also true. And like I think that like Ethan is just frustrated that he has tried every other avenue to try to go after Stark, and Reddit just does not want to help. He just hasn't been able. So I think that that's why he's been going after them that he has now because like he feels that his only recourse is the legal system. And yeah, I think it sucks. I don't know. Like it sucks that he has to do that, but like what the hell else is he supposed to do? I guess. And like maybe you could say he's weaponizing it. I have no idea, but I am sympathetic to the fact that he has decided to do or that like that he wants people to leave him alone because it's insane that these people are this obsessed with him specifically. Um, Going after Stark makes a decent amount of sense, especially with how willing he is to settle for humiliation and move on. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, I think that's it too. And like, arguably, at the very least, like, I don't think Casey Tron is probably gonna leave him alone. I don't think that he's gonna talk to him anymore, or she's gonna talk about him anymore. And I think that's what he wanted. And you know what? Like, if he can get that same outcome from every other creator who did all this shit to him, then I think that he will be happy with that. I don't think it'll stop the harassment against him, but I mean, maybe at the very least, it might make people think twice before like deciding to harass him or like engage in actions that facilitate harassment being sent towards him, like what Denham's did with the CPS shit. Although, by the way, I feel like people assign like way more malice to her. I mean, yeah, like she was malicious in the sense that she basically nodded along with all that stuff. But like, I don't think that she actually thought that anything was going to happen. I think that she delusionally believed that nothing would actually occur, that no one would do anything. And then afterwards, when like things did happen, she tried to play it off like it wasn't a big deal because that like she realized that she probably was like responsible for that. And I think she is like culpable in the sense that your chat is a reflection of you as a streamer, which by the way is something that Denims herself said. And it's crazy that there's no self-awareness that she can say that and at the same time have people spamming to call CPS in her chat. Like I don't, and like none of those people got banned as far as I'm aware. There were no mods that did anything. Even if she herself didn't address it, she should have had mods. Even if it just makes the streamers shut up about him, it will slow the harassment down at the very least in the long run. Yeah, I think that that's ultimately his goal, and his goal is to like basically to like stop Snark or to go after Snark. Um, like obviously this kind of stuff is still going to happen, I guess, but like I think that like I don't like I don't know. I think that he is well aware that this is a game that exists on the internet and that people are going to harass you if you exist on the internet. And yeah, obviously he probably accepts that to some degree, but there's a huge difference between that and people like mailing skulls to his house and calling CPS on him to get his children taken away and like posting his address online. Like yeah, like these things are worlds apart. there's a huge difference, you know, between that and like people posting mean shit about him online or in his comment sections. It's like one of those things is something one can, another one's not. Tell Fire to post BMI. I absolutely will do that. I will totally do that. Anyway, so yeah, while I'm here for the duration, if you guys ever want to like, I guess if people subscribe or people send money my way, then your donations should actually be read out because it actually worked. I was surprised. Probably because I'm on Windows right now and not Linux, but I will figure it out why it's not working on Linux. But it still amazes me that all the Ethan stuff happened as an unintended result of October 7th. Just to put things in perspective. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, right? Like it's just it's so ridiculous. I can't get past that. The fact that these people became so obsessed about it because they were all like fans of Leftovers, I guess, and then they stopped watching when Hassan left because they were all people from Hassan's community, or a lot of them were. And it's just, what's the over under that Spider is bald? You know what? 50-50. I would say. I would say 50-50. Addie posted a video of a negotiator being interviewed about talking to a mouse. Oh, that'd be interesting. It's interesting because like I feel like videos like that where like I could watch them and learn stuff. I don't really know, like I'm not gonna like react as strongly to videos like that. As because I don't really have much to say because like I'm just kind of learning. Like I feel like stuff like that is better if I am watching it in the background while because then like we can all learn together and then I can play a video game and I don't feel like I'm not doing anything. But yeah, I haven't really figured that out yet. I feel like for me react content feels more like I have to, you know, reacting. React harder, Kalinda. You know what I mean? Like yeah. BGG lost it over Hassan versus Ethan. Or Ethan versus Hassan too. Well yeah, of course they did, Chase, because it's related to Gaza. They RDR2. I actually have Red Dead Redemption 2. I got it a long time ago when it was like hella cheap, and I do need to play that. I don't know if I can play stuff on this laptop while streaming from this laptop though. This laptop might explode if I try to do that. Even though this is a gaming laptop. And I don't think right now it is actually like using too much. But I'm not sure if it could handle it if I tried to do that. Like I am using the GPU, you know. Anyway, playing chapter 6 as slow as humanly possible. I still need to finish Stray. That's another thing that I want to do. Um but I will, since everyone in chat is, since there's like multiple people in chat, maybe I will play Red Dead Redemption 2 on stream. It might be fun. Maybe I will also play um uh Expedition 33 again as well. And maybe I'll play I don't know, but we'll see. I'm still trying to figure out because I know that if I do that, like I won't get any viewers. Um oh really, Toby, interesting. No spoilers. There's lots of games that I would like to play on stream too. Like yeah. Like I think Expedition 33 is like one of my favorite games now of all time. But I really liked the Tomb Raider reboot too because I remember I played the original Tomb Raider when I was a kid and I really enjoyed like the reboot that came out like a long time ago. Like that trilogy of games and I never finished playing the last game. So I should probably do that. And I have all of them now on my computer too. So that would be a fun thing. Anyway, all right. I am gonna go now, chat. Thank you all for tuning in. And I will probably post segments of that debate. I don't know if I'll post the entire thing, but I'll definitely post segments. Uh yeah, thank you very much. And thanks to you all for tuning in. You know, maybe like others will come by later on. But yeah. Or maybe other people will tune in to watch the VOD. I'm sure that the that all the Israelis will. Anyway, have a good one. Bye.